And Ubisoft is headquartered in France. And France has some of the strongest consumer laws in the world. See, this isn't really about the crew or even Ubisoft. It's about trying to find a weak link in the industry so governments can examine this practice to stop publishers from destroying our games. Outside of the United States, this practice is very hazy legally. Many governments...
I think that what needs to happen is that publishers that are making games that are online only should have to provide, maybe not have to, right? But this is what I would want to see, is that the publisher would provide an opportunity for, if they're shutting down servers, for other people to maintain servers in their place. Because I don't think that a publisher has a indefinite responsibility to host servers for everything forever.
We're live.
Because if you gave them that responsibility,
I'm
nobody
doing
would ever
like
make a game online ever again.
Doing something a bit different.
Because it would
makes
just
it
be impossible to do that. Like it would be like
I'm hoping better for the stream and for me. So I'm watching a YouTube video,
it should be like the goal
watching you play the game, but it's also visible to the stream.
To make servers for themselves.
And yeah,
don't even have
we're just gonna
laws
chill.
regarding this.
And hopefully this game actually
More on
wins.
that later. If we can find even one major country to penalize this practice, that might fix everything. Because the thing about letting you keep your game is it's not that expensive for companies to do it, especially if it's a known requirement from the beginning. Then it's almost negligible. So if
I also disagree. Like if you have a game that has an online component, I think that the publisher should be able to take away the online component if they deem you as problematic. Like for example, like if you're playing online and you're hacking, or you're playing online and you're screaming into every single lobby, then I think the publisher should be able to kick you out in the same way that if you buy a ticket to, you know, a concert and you're rowdy, they can kick you out. Or you go into a restaurant and you're loud, they kick you out. Like there's no other instance where you can buy something and be in a public space that destroys other people's experience and like not have any repercussion for that. Like it's very obvious you should be able to. But the problem is whenever a publisher and like a developer is able to take away access to the game entirely. I can understand removing a person's access to their publicly hosted servers. I think that's fine. But removing access entirely is really bad.
Company knows they have to let you keep your game in one country, they may as well make it global policy because then they've already done the work. It really could take just one victory to end this. So even if you have no interest in the crew, if you just want to keep your games, keep watching. There's more.
I see that. I see
Hearing about this shutdown has caused me to go on a research odyssey to see if I can find any possible way to get governments to examine the legality of destroying your games. I have been waiting for an opportunity like this. This problem has been going on for decades, but it usually only affects a small minority.
I'm assuming this is the start date and end of service date.
It's doing the same thing, just bloody loading.
Yeah.
It's been going on for decades, but it usually only affects a small minority of players that are too dispersed to do much. Most have moved on when a game is killed, and the industry has been counting on that lethargy. So an event like this that's big enough to do something is like the planets aligning. We have to take action on it. Now, I do not think I'm the ideal person to do this. I'm not a legal expert. I have limited reach. Honestly, everything about what I've been doing has been an amateur effort. I don't even want to be doing this. But if you care about this issue, I'm what you're stuck with.
Yeah, this game,
because nobody else has stepped up. And I guess there is one thing that makes me a good candidate for this. And that at least
probably
with
just
me,
play
you're
Helldivers.
getting maximum hustle. I have decades.
I'm just gonna play Helldivers.
You know when a dog is eating and somebody yanks away its food bowl?
It's like hiding
even
onto it,
nice dogs will get angry or even attack you.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about the industry on this.
He's the pit bull.
Since I started this campaign, I've spent hundreds of hours on it, talked to multiple lawyers, worked with over 100 volunteers, sent hundreds and hundreds of emails trying to chase down every single lead I can find. I have been relentless on this. I've felt it too. In the game trailer for
I don't think that you can hold the companies legally accountable for this because of the terms and services and like the condition agreements that you sign up for. So I don't think there's ever going to be a way that you can hold them accountable legally with what exists right now. I think what needs to happen is that there needs to be some sort of allowance for when a game publisher is no longer providing a commercial, like a commercial option to consume a game.
What is this?
The people who own the game should have the right to provide their own option.
Earth.
Because, like, yeah, if the game's making its own servers, and you have to play on those servers, that's totally fine.
Liberty.
ULA has no bearing on the law. TOS isn't binding, but at the same time, it's also like, it is and it's not. It's like you can sign away some degrees of your rights with
but
TOS
freedom
and
doesn't come free.
Sweet liberty! No! The king is there so many requests from his subjects that at one point he just keels over from it all. Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. And after months of research, yes, I have found ways we can do something. Not just long shots either, but really viable routes. I have found what I think are all the agencies worldwide best equipped to take action on this issue. I've also found dead ends. A lot of dead ends. In fact, I found so many that if I had known earlier what I know now, I could have saved myself at least a month's worth of work. Jesus Christ. Like I said, this is an amateur effort, so I'm trying to make up for that with even more hustle.
Okay.
And because I'm treating this like it's my only shot, because it probably is, I'm not stopping at the crew. Remember, the crew is just a means to an end, which is to stop companies from destroying your games. So rather than just getting the government to interpret the law, I figure why not go to the source while we're at it? So in addition to the consumer action, we're also pursuing government petitions. Now hold on, I know what some of you are thinking. These are not normal petitions where you get a bunch of people to sign to show that people care and hope companies do the right thing. Yeah. Come on, guys, give me more credit than that. No, these are government initiatives where if we pass a certain threshold, the government has to respond. It's the law. And for some of them, it's almost guaranteed to be debated. Yeah, we'll see. But this is how long
we're gonna liberate this planet today. It's like 50% this morning, it's like 73.5%
They
now.
all have different rules, but they all share the same fundamentals. I tried to design the fairest proposals I could that still solve the problem. Yeah, remember that, naysayers. I'm trying to solve the problem.
Yeah, I think that's one comment. Is like, I think that this guy, even if people might disagree, because I've seen some people in chat like disagree with like what he's trying to do. This guy is trying to improve video games for everyone. He's not against you. Like, you shouldn't be against him at all. Like, this guy's really trying to do a good thing.
But I'm also trying to keep the scope as narrow as possible.
Let's hope we get.
I am not trying to reform the games industry. I am just.
Somebody says too much of a double-edged sword to force companies to maintain something for a very small group of people.
Allied Destroyer has joined Squadron.
Nice.
And I think that's unfair. I don't think the company should be held accountable for making a game available forever. But I also don't think the company should be able to shut down other people from making the game available after the fact that they're not making it available. Basically, like, if you're not providing it, somebody else can.
Trying to stop companies from destroying games.
That's my perspective.
That's it. So, with that in mind, while the game is being supported, any game, absolutely nothing would happen. Companies could do whatever they want. We're going for a light touch. It's only once support ends that requirements will kick in. The first is any game sold or licensed, for those of you who want to be pedantic, will be required to be left in a functional state when support ends. This does not mean a 100% perfect state, but it means a hell of a lot better than completely inoperable.
I wonder what that means, a functional state. I really do, because, like, for example, like, let's say all the WoW servers shut down. Does that mean that you can, like, spin up your own server by yourself? Like an offline server that's available to the player? Because I think that you should be able to make your own server, but should that be available for, I don't know, like on a personal level or for the ability to join servers? I'm not really sure. It's something that's like kind of confusing to hear, but I do think that, yeah, I agree with it.
Also require no connection to the publisher or affiliated parties in order for it to continue functioning.
Require connection to the publisher. I 100% agree. Absolutely.
Telepod launch
You would need to be
initiated.
patched to either be offline or have private hosting.
Yes.
It's the only way.
Yes.
Anything
There
else in
it
the
is.
game
What's
dies.
up?
And yes, this would include DRM that needs to connect to the internet. And because
Well,
I'm
why would you need DRM? Like, let's think about this. If you're not selling the game anymore, then who cares if somebody steals it?
being forced to go to all this trouble, I really want to have this. But this would also apply to games with microtransactions. Except we didn't say microtransactions because these were plain English. So this would cover free-to-play games. Because if you've been sold something like a virtual horse, but then the publisher destroys the game, well, now you can't access your horse. Oh no! I've been told undisturbed possession is a term for what I'm talking about. And finally, these rules cannot be superseded by end-user licenses.
See, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. There are some things that you can sending in an eagle. Some things that you can't. Like, for example, like this is not in the ULA, but like just here in the US, you cannot enter into contracts with slavery. Even if both parties are adults, you cannot sign a contract that says I'm a slave.
That's how companies have been getting away with highway robbery in the first place.
We had a big war over
Especially
it.
in these things. There's no point in having rights. You have to sign them away just to play the game. I'm sure a few of you right now are scoffing at this proposal, but just remember Internet Explorer, guys. It was impossible. And that's it, pretty much. Now, one thing we left off the table, but it's kind of an open secret we'd be willing to compromise on.
Yeah.
Or at least I would.
Not sure if
If
the
a
rail
company doesn't
gun
fix
was
the
the right
game,
move here.
they give you all the information, tools, software, and so on, so that a programmer can be reasonably expected to get it working again. Yeah, that's an acceptable substitute. Though the
I'm not
resentment
sure.
some others had helping on this was strong, and they didn't trust companies not to abuse a provision like that. And they could be right, so we left it out of the proposals.
Okay.
We also left out this applying to all software and restricted it just to video games. Now don't get me wrong, I personally think all commercial software should have these provisions also, but this is already such an uphill
It's
battle.
smart for him to say that because it just increases the scope
Oh,
that it would be almost impossible to approach.
Expand the scope
Yeah.
would invite many more enemies and weaken our odds. Remember,
Source code release seems unreasonable. I completely agree with that. I'm not sure if I agree with the idea that they have to provide everything to a person to fix the game. I'm not sure that they need to provide that.
Tagging map.
I don't know.
Northeast, 200 meters.
I am single issue. The point is, even if you don't own the crew, you'll
Reloading.
still be able to do something if you live in one of the countries where
Rare
these petitions
sample
were
collected.
launched.
Right.
This is a multi-pronged attack. I have prongs for everyone. Well, no, but a lot of people. It's complicated. Remember a while back when there were so many versions of Watch Dogs? Yeah.
Reloading.
Somebody made a spreadsheet on how to buy the game.
Standard
Yeah, that
edition,
works.
special edition, vigilante edition, Uplay exclusive edition, limited edition,
Rare
DedSec
sample
edition,
collected.
digital deluxe edition, Uplay deluxe edition, gold, season pass.
It's not that bad, but it does have a lot of variance. What I
Reloading.
found
And
is
that's
that
nothing compared to
Found
Skyrim.
something.
what people can do varies on where they live and whether they own the crew or not. But even then, it can still be confusing. So I've seen it as a priority to make this as easy as possible for everyone.
Yeah.
To
Requesting
that
air
end,
support.
I've been working with volunteers to launch a website to do just that. StopKillingGames.com. I hope you can remember that name. There's the two G's there back to back. Stop killing games.
Calling down
It's a
defensive
multilingual website that can easily steer you exactly where you need to go to have maximum impact. Some people can do multiple things. So I even tried to prioritize your options a little bit. In fact, you can even just stop watching and go for it. There's nothing else you have to know that's not on the site.
Tagging in an eagle.
Laid a trail for you to get back against the enemy. All you have to do is follow it. You've done all the hard parts for you. See, people can complain about the games industry, but the reality is all internet comments are meaningless. None of your comments matter.
Nobody cares.
Unless a government official is reading them. That's what this is.
Then you go to jail.
In fact, if you've gotten lost by anything I've said, here's all you need to remember. File complaints if you can. Sign petitions if you can. Get others to do one and two. And you can do that at stopkillinggames.com. That's it. That's everything. You can tune everything else out with sort of Zen math in order to complete it. But maybe you think I'm exaggerating.
What are they doing?
Well, why don't you judge for
People
yourself?
can do anything they want. You get enough people together, you do any kind of stuff. Like, bro, we got a lot of people together. We went to the moon. I mean, you think people can't figure out video games? Like, yeah, you easily can do.
Oops.
Oh, since no one else has stepped up on this
Did we,
issue,
though?
I'm assuming command to play general on this attack. So, you want to see my battle plans? I'll show you my battle plans. This could take a little while.
All right.
Okay, Future Ross here. Some bad news. Like I said, this is an amateur effort. So even though some of these petitions were submitted weeks ago, at the time of this recording, we're still waiting on all of them to open up and sign. So here I am making a hype video to go send everybody to the right place, and they're still not ready yet. They haven't been rejected. We're just waiting on government.
So they'll be ready in 2027.
This is kind of a nightmare for us.
In December.
Oh well, we're moving forward anyway. We do have links to where they're going to show up, though, so that's something. Okay, battle plans. Now, before we get into regions, the first option is worldwide. It's eligible for literally anyone who owned the crew. Yeah, anyone. Aren't you glad I cleared up those dead ends? Although it does have a critical flaw that can't be avoided. See, the option for all owners of the game is to contact the DGCCRF, France's National Consumer Protection Agency. Go to this website. They complaints worldwide,
As long as you take out the
but there is a
facility,
catch.
you're good.
The catch is they want everyone to contact Ubisoft first. So that means everyone is going to have to contact Ubisoft support, tell them to fix the game. Then, when Ubisoft refuses, or 2 weeks have passed, then you can contact France. This is a major setback because gamers are not known for their long attention spans.
In 2 weeks?
So asking people to wait up to
That's like
2
5
weeks
games.
before taking a second step may ruin it. I may be asking the impossible here. I don't know.
I think the problem really that you're going to run into is that a lot of the people that run government aren't tech savvy enough to understand the nuances of the problem. Because I think that anybody who understands what this problem is will immediately be sympathetic to it and understand how relevant it is. And I also think that people that hear about it will probably agree with the conclusions that he's coming to in this video. Like, for example, I don't have a problem with, like, Nintendo. It's like if they're offering a game and you can buy the game from Nintendo directly, you should be able to, you should have to buy the game from Nintendo directly because it's their product and they're making it. So I'm only talking about this in the context of abandonware and especially in the context of live service games that are abandoned or go into end of service. I think that when you have a game that goes into end of service and another person or group of people put out a version of that game afterwards,
Reloading!
they should be completely allowed to do that and they should not be allowed to shut it. You have a right to do that because you are no longer providing a service that you definitely provide whenever you purchase the game. That is what I think is the cleanest and easiest solution. It's very, very simple. So, like, if you're not providing the game as a publisher, then other people can step in and do it themselves. However, if you are still providing the game, then I think the publisher has every right to remove other people that are doing it without licensing. So it's only in the instance of what is effectively abandonment. Which, I mean, to be honest, I think is actually a law right now. Isn't it okay? There's a, I mean, I'm sure, like, I think Taylor probably thought there was no more about this than I do. But, like, my understanding is that there is a law for abandonware that allows you to do this for the purpose of preservation. Am I wrong about that? That's not true. I don't know. Yeah, EA does that, but you can't make money, right? Yeah, ask Nintendo's lawyers. Okay, yeah, I think they disagree. So, yeah, anyway, that's what I think. Is that I think that's what needs to happen. And the problem of, like, why it's not happening is simply because, like, even if France does it, there can be companies that probably won't release a game into France. But the markets we need to really think about are the, you know, very high GDP.
Enemy patrol. North.
very high GDP. You know, countries like things like China, things like the United States, really big markets that companies can't afford to just not offer. Those are the ones that you need. So France, yeah, France is a really big one, right? Of course it is, but it's not as big as China or the United States. If China made a rule against this, or the United States made a rule against this, basically every single video game developer would completely change the way that they play games, and the way that they make games. Like if China made a law against gotcha games would disappear. Because a lot of these games also can only make money whenever, like, you know, for example, if you're selling a game, and falsely, probably some of them would still exist, right? But it would dramatically decrease the amount. So like if you're selling a game and you can sell it to 100,000 people, you can make this for fun. But if you can sell it to 1 million people, you have a much higher ceiling. So if you have enough companies that have laws against something, that ceiling is so low that it's no longer a viable business strategy to make money. So as soon as it begins to happen, it continues to happen. So it's only about getting the ball rolling and then things will start happening. Did China make gotcha games illegal? They did not, but there was word and conversation about it happening, and in the process of that, literal billions of dollars were lost in market valuation overnight.
This right here could be exactly why the games industry has been able to get away with this crap for so long. Because no one has the attention span for this second step. Some of you can do it though, I know it. Some of
Reloading!
But let's look at the rest of the campaign, because I am not stopping there. God, no. But remember, everything I'm about to show you can be done in addition.
Yeah, I also somebody said in chat, I want to let you guys know, like, this is the example of how regulation can be used to be in the benefit of the consumer. Like, this is what regulation is supposed to be for. It's supposed to protect the consumer against companies that are doing things that are unhealthy to the consumer.
To that worldwide set. So there's no one or the other here. And with that, let's start with the outskirts. Australia.
Ooh.
Australia has a two-pronged attack. First, if you own the crew, you can file complaints to the ACCC, and they may do something. There was news not long ago about the ACCC going after the games industry. For God's sake, we need to find a way to piggyback onto this. Don't go after them and ignore customer games being destroyed. Don't do that to me, Australia. But besides that, Australia is also the first of our government petition.
They'll probably go after them in the context of Grand Theft Auto causing shooters, or like causing right-wing extremism. I'm sure they'll solve that problem.
Dropping a pin.
Yeah.
Bars.
And anyone in Australia can sign these,
Yeah,
not just
naturally.
owners of the crew. And honestly, you guys need to hurry up, because once it's approved, we only have a 4-week window. Except, of course, it's not ready yet, even though it's been submitted. They give us a small window, but then don't tell us when it starts. Oh my God.
The floor is
Now,
lava?
the upside is we only need 50 Australians to sign, but that's nothing. If we show up with 50, they may not take it
Okay.
seriously.
I thought there was only
Oh,
like
shit.
30 people in the
Rather, we
country.
showed up with 50,000. It's like a wise game ad once said. There's no kill like overkill. This is the most time-sensitive element of the entire operation. Go sign it as soon as you can. Future Ross again. I just got word from the Australian government that the petition looks fine, but they can't open it for signing until April 22nd or maybe May 15th. They don't know. So they can't even meet the 4-week deadline they're holding us to. What the hell, Australia?
This guy is beginning to learn
Tagging map.
the
Northeast.
futility.
Requesting air
200
support.
meters.
Yeah. Now he's beginning to learn. Oh boy.
Moving on over, next we have Brazil. Now, Brazil is the one.
Brazil
Sending in an
actually
eagle.
has surprisingly a lot of consumer protections regarding the auction and spicing games. I didn't know this. Somebody told me about it, and I researched into it.
Wild card in all of this. All the feedback I received said their consumer protection
Requesting air
agency would
support.
probably be ineffective. But having a class action lawsuit very likely would work. Apparently the argument of we sold you a product and we can take it back at any time doesn't fly with a lot of judges. Now, at the time of this video, the situation was still in limbo, so this one may or may not happen. If it does happen, however, the cost of a class action lawsuit could be affordable if we have a fundraiser. I was told a 4-figure sum estimate. I currently do not have...
No. Well, USD in Brazil? Yeah, maybe. I don't know what the ratio is there.
Plans for a fundraiser, but if this looks viable, yeah, we may do one later. Don't worry, 90% of the battle plans still work, even if no one spends a dime.
Okay.
Brazil is just part of the attack on all fronts mentality I've been taking.
Standing in an
Moving
eagle.
on up is the United States.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, and moving on is Canada. Now, the thing about Canada is the federal agencies can't do much on this issue.
Oh,
So
man.
you have to look at the province.
Come on, dude.
Okay, the United States. Listen,
all right.
I want to keep it real. The U.S. is the suicide mission for software.
Oh, no.
Unlike a lot of other countries, the laws are not gray on this. And at this point in time, it's almost over.
Yeah.
Almost. Owners of the crew can still contact the FTC, and having given coach points by a lawyer, we can tell them to increase our odds to look into it. I am still not expecting a victory. It's really, I just want to be sure our options are truly dead in the United States before I write it off. I don't want to pronounce the patient dead too quick. And hey, don't forget, you own the crew. You still have that option to contact France directly. In fact, I prefer you do that before you contact the FTC. So that's way better off. And if you're an American and don't own the crew, which is probably the majority of my audience, then I have nothing for you. I'm sorry, guys. I really try.
I don't think this is going to happen until enough people that work in government have the tech literacy to understand the nuances of the problem. Like, for example, like it was interesting to see like Ted Cruz.
Yes, no!
I talked about like the loot boxes, and then he talked about it on the show. Like that's whenever more people know that, they will understand how it's problematic. So all we need to do is wait for one senator's grandkid to get his phone and then buy Fortnite V-Bucks on the phone, and then before you know it, Fortnite's going to be against the wall. Because I think that these guys just don't understand what the problem is. All of AOC is just tech literate. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that somebody like that would probably understand it. There are people that work in the government to do, but also you have to keep in mind that all of the people that work in government need to continue working in government. So they need to be working in issues that prospective voters care about. And the reality is that prospective voters don't really care about these issues a lot either, because tech literacy with a lot of voters is pretty low. Because most voters are older, and most older people don't play online-only games. Right? Not the same way that people that are 21 do. So it's like, it's a lot of issues that are coming together, right? It's like, you know, imagine like, oh yeah, this senator is going to focus on video games. Okay, well, what do you think somebody who's 61 thinks about that? They probably don't give a fuck.
I just couldn't find anything. Game ownership really is as bad as the naysayers say in the United States. The best I can do is tell you to get the attention of someone else who does qualify to do something. Remember the 3 points. If you're an American and don't own the game, you're number 3. Alright, back up to Canada. And Canada has our second petition to government. So if you are a citizen or resident, head on over and sign it. We only need 500 for government to respond. But again, let's try to get a lot more than that, eh? Now, we didn't check every last one, but the provincial consumer protection agencies look pretty done. I cannot endorse going through them at this time. It's almost certainly going to be better if you just sign a petition. Crossing the ocean again, we have the UK, and it's a similar story. Consumer protection office is over. But hey, we have a government petition. If we get 10,000 signatures, government will respond. And if we get 100,000, then it's considered for debate in Parliament. Now, those sound like big numbers, and they are, but we have 6 months to get them. I think if I keep campaigning, we can do this. And we move inland to the main attack here. First, let's stop by Germany. Germany is one of the few EU countries where their national consumer protection is powerful enough to act on this, despite Ubisoft being a French company. So this is one of the few exceptions where you should contact the local agency first. then contact France like everyone else. Now, I learned late in the process, Germany and France have the option to petition their governments also. However, their thresholds are kind of high, and I can't help but cross them without making serious inroads with foreign YouTubers or other media sources first.
Sure.
So if we get enough support and publicity, sure, we can have German and French
Requesting
petitions
air
to the
support.
list. But not today. And that brings us to the heart of this, France. This is where our most powerful attacks are. French owners of the crew are the Space Marines of this operation. You have more options than anyone. The more you can do, the better. In fact, most people's best option is probably your weakest. Besides the DGCCRF, we'll also be sending registered mail to Ubisoft as part of summoning a government mediator to take legal action on a customer's behalf. It's almost like having your own prosecutor. Amazing. And just to hit every last stop, French citizens will be contacting the UFC Deux Choisir, a powerful consumer advocacy group with a great record of defending gamer rights. And we actually juiced the whole process in France a little earlier prior to April, but that was the special operations phase of things. That part's over now, so don't worry about it. And for the rest of the European Union, this is where most of our dead ends were.
I also think that this problem will get worse over time. And this problem, like, it will reach an entropy that people will begin to care about it. Because right now, there's still a lot of games that you can play offline. But I think that if you, I mean, like, we clearly see where the trick is, right? We clearly see where things are going. So I don't think that it's hit a point yet to where people care about it, where, like to where, like, consumer competency understands what the problem is and is able to have a conversation about it. Like, in the same way that now, like, consumer competency understands PCs, like, relatively well, especially compared to, like, the 90s. But they don't understand crypto. That's why there's less regulations on crypto than there are on recent computers.
First, I thought people should contact their consumer protection agency. By and large, no. They tend to only look at national business. Ubisoft is in France. So then the documentation says to contact the European Consumer Center. And no, I don't advise that either. We did do that for a while, but the answers were all over the place. Some said Ubisoft could do whatever they wanted because of the license agreement. Others said Ubisoft was liable to provide the service forever, which is that's going farther than even I wanted. But most of them had no idea how to handle it. One folks said they had never heard of someone make this kind of complaint. Another one said it is unclear if these actions from the company are legally permitted. There is no clear legal regulation.
That also means that there's not a regulation against it either. I think that he's just saying, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Somebody asked, what do you think about capitalism in gaming companies? I think capitalism is one of the best things that we've ever had. I am a massive supporter of capitalism, a huge supporter of capitalism. There are instances where capitalism goes too far, but instances where it goes too far does not mean that its general effect is not.
Requesting orbital strike.
So that's from the European Union itself, guys. There's no consistency. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. There's apparently no laws on this. What year is this?
Yeah.
I mean, we're still getting robbed. It's amazing.
Sending in an eagle.
To be fair, this actually isn't that old of a problem. Like, this problem has only really started emerging in, like, the last 10 years. It's not like this has been going on for 30 years or 50 years. So this is a pretty new issue.
For so long, existing between the cracks in the wall like this, like cockroaches. We need to
Railgun's still
shine
freaking
light on
viable,
it.
man. Still good.
And on that note, the final lane of attack is the Moonshot.
Oh.
Which is the European Citizens Initiative.
Okay.
It's like the other petitions, but way bigger.
The World
This one is
Economic Forum?
ambitious. It might actually be delusional for me to attempt this. I don't know yet. But we would need 1 million signatures across the entire European Union for this one. And there are some caveats. So in reality, more than that. However, we will have 1 year to get this. I sure as hell can't get this from my audience alone, but that's a lot of time. If I campaign hard enough, maybe we can get it. And if that wasn't enough, this is also the weakest part of the campaign. Because while we're ready to go, it takes months for the EU to approve the proposal before signing. So that means there's going to be months delay between now and when this goes public. That is the kiss of death. That means we'll lose most of the momentum from April, and I'll have to come out and campaign for this again months from now.
This is one of the big problems that like internet campaigns have, is that most people don't actually care about anything, and they only get mad recreationally, and they don't really care about the issues they're getting mad about. I don't know if it might be possible.
One may be a bridge too far. I don't know.
It just takes too
but again,
long.
this is me attacking on all fronts. And that's the campaign. We have up to 11 fronts of attack, with maybe 13, though in reality, 3 of these are pretty easy. But the rest are relatively solid. This is happening, guys. This strategy is my absolute best effort as an amateur. Now, I'm biased when I say this, but if you care about not losing,
I think that the main thing to get people to be on your side for this and take action is to communicate the problem in a way that's easy for a person who doesn't really understand it to understand. Like, you can't give a video about it. There needs to be like a 1-2-minute video about this that fully explains what the problem is and why it's a problem and how it's a problem. Yeah, basically a TikTok. And I'm not criticizing because like you have to make a video like this to explain it, but I think that the main issue is just consumer awareness. Because I've read my chat for like the majority of this video, the whole video, and a lot of people in chat are misunderstanding what's going on.
This is the best chance you're ever going to get. As far as I know, no one has ever challenged the Galaxy. And certainly no one's attempted it on this stage. And I can't say by how much, but this is going to get big. In fact, the next phase after this is to essentially spam myself on the internet and try to get more attention on this. I'll do interviews, appearances, just try to get people to make Twitter posts, whatever. I don't really want to do that, but if that's what it takes to end this, I'll do it. I have a giant list of people I plan to contact, so you don't have to wait. If you have an audience and want me to talk about this, you can send me this public and contact me directly. Or you can skip me entirely. I don't have to be involved in this.
Somebody actually brought up a really good point in chat, and I wonder if there's a parallel for this that you could use in the US. So they said that automobiles, there's laws like this in the automotive industry that ensures the components are produced for an X amount of years indefinitely, even after production is ended. If you know anything about this, do you know that whenever that time ends, are other people allowed to produce that same component afterwards if the manufacturer isn't making it? Sounds like a parallel precedent. Yeah, I think this is actually a very, very good precedent right here. Yes, well then there you go. That's the precedent right there.
Send people to stopkillinggames.com. It'll take care of the rest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a joke. I even have to do any of this for us to try not to get robbed. But that's gaming for you. One thing to keep in mind is the trajectory for gaming is so bad.
It is. This problem will get worse every single year as companies claw back more consumer rights and you lose more autonomy and more control over the things that you buy. It's a big problem that nobody seems to understand or care about.
Nothing to lose. I mean, how does gaming get worse than publishers destroying your games?
Whatever.
Let's find out.
We've already had a glimpse of the future, too. It's history now, but when Microsoft unveiled the original Xbox One, their plans showed us what game companies have in store for us.
This was huge, by the way. This was awful.
A surveillance device necessary to use the system that collects biometric data off you needing to connect to the company.
Oh, by the way, this is like a pretty cool thing, but it's not so
Allied
cool depending on
destroyer
who's
has
using
left
it,
squadron.
is that you can actually measure how big a room
Mission
is, what's
coordinates
in a room,
locked.
and how many people are in a room, just simply by having access to a microscope, because you can measure wavelength signals.
Hellpod launch suspended.
Every 24 hours, or else you're locked out of your
synchronized.
system. And when they eventually end
or a
support,
router.
your entire game collection becomes unplayable. Welcome to the future.
Yep.
Now, soon afterwards, they realized they came in too hot and had to walk some of that back. But the industry has been taking...
That's not what happened. What happened was that PlayStation 4 came out, and PlayStation 4 marketed itself as not doing any of these things, and they were destroying Xbox in the market so badly that Xbox had to pull back everything because they couldn't compete in a free market against Sony that wasn't doing anything like this. So that's actually what happened, is that, and this is the good thing with competition, free market capitalism, is that people can buy something from who they want. So whenever you have one company like Microsoft that's doing something that's extremely consumer unfriendly, you can have Sony that holds them accountable indirectly in the free market.
In the boiling frog approach since. This is where we're already headed if we don't do anything on this. Now, I can't say if this campaign will be successful or not, but what I can say is if people put in the minimum effort, then we are going to get answers on this and close the book on this one way or the other. Again, if we pass the petitions, governments have to respond and own that answer. If consumer agencies get enough complaints, they probably will too.
Yeah.
We won't have any more of this no clear regulation crap. I can almost promise you that much. Plus, if we win, can you imagine how good it will feel in the future knowing all your games are safe and you only have to think about whether you like the game or not? That's my vision of gaming for the future.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'd love to see that.
It's a little different from the industries.
Yeah.
And if we lose, we'll at least get told straight to our faces that in a democracy, you can never own video games that you paid for, no matter how many people want that to happen.
Pod launch
I guess this will be a civics lesson. Finally, I'd like to end this by saying thank you to you.
Hey, Cuzzy.
A French company, and you pulled this crap. And you did it to one of your flagship titles with millions of players. If this had been Electronic Arts or Blizzard Activision, we would have had nearly the options right.
That's why Blizzard.
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world once more.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Democracy has landed. Fire in the hole. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Up the bomb.
Northwest. Requesting air support.
How did he get up there?
Requesting tac pack.
Okay, let's do this.
Point me to the enemy. Attack inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry. New mag. Calling in reinforcements.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 200
We
meters.
gotta go.
Calling in an eagle.
inbound.
Calling in an eagle. Bag's empty.
Oh, fuck. Game is tense. You're making bunny cars. Oh, I'm jealous. Thank you for that, going good. I hope yours is well. Happy birthday. I do miss a good bunny.
Reloading.
Gotta kill the fabricators.
Found something.
Oh, there's the jamming station. That's what we need to take out.
Reloading. Out of ammo. Throwing grenade.
Why did I think that would work?
Drop ship.
Out of ammo.
Yeah.
Calling in reinforcements.
Joining the fray. Sending out an SOS. Sending in an eagle.
Oh fuck. It's not even gonna come close. Oh shit.
Requesting air support.
Coming in hot.
Sending in an eagle.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
New mag. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
don't have like anything.
I got the terminal. Last reload. Mag's empty. Engaging terminal.
Sample collected.
Calling in a telephone. I got the terminal.
I got the terminal.
Hellbound arm. Clear the area. Tagging map. Northwest. On my position.
Should be only one more. And then... Oh, there we got him all.
An eagle.
You've done your duty. You may extract with honor.
Tagging map. Northwest. 100 meters.
1 minute left. Destroyer preparing to leave.
Calling in reinforcements. Liberty save me! Calling down a support weapon. New mag.
Lucky. Good aim.
Watching air support.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed.
Oh no.
Get some. I need stim!
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Fuck.
Freedom forever! Ah!
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
I need stim! Out of stim!
If they could,
Lol.
I know our heroes would not have us mourn their loss, but rejoice in their
Game's hectic, but at least it did the objective.
Helldiver's not at extraction site. Pelican 1 landing aborted, regaining altitude.
Dude, that's a lot of likes. Thank you for those.
Glad to have you on board. Nice job down there. Hopefully the colonists will be able to recover some of the scrap. Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The super destroyer is yours.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Yeah.
Later, you made a PR statement of saying people should get comfortable not owning their games, and then go on to lie in that same interview about online games being safe. As
you don't lose what you built in the game or your engagement with the game. I remember reading this article, and what the person said in the article was kind of taken out of context, but given the way that people are on edge with losing ownership,
I don't really know what to play.
People were angry about it. But in the article, he was saying, why are gamers okay with, or not okay with not owning their games, but people that use streaming services are. That's what he was talking about in the context.
You're killing the crew. I mean, what are you gonna do next? Threaten a
It was
judge?
like 8 months ago or something.
Here I've been thinking I have no way to fight this, and you go and create one of the best openings ever for me.
Yeah.
Shame on me if I don't act on that. I mean, it's not perfect, but this is a solid 8.5, 9 out of 10 opportunity here. If we can't win on this, we'll never win. There's no doubt in my mind. You set yourself up for us, so we'll swing as hard as we can and see what happens. All right, that's it. Go to stopkillinggames.com.
Good for him, man. Hey, good for him. I'll link you guys the video.
I mean, yeah.
Give him a sub. Yeah, there's the video. I went there and I did it.
Don't forget about the European Citizens Initiative. It's coming in a few months.
Oh, I'm sure that's gonna happen. Good video. Yeah. Good cause, but the video's too long and bad at grabbing attention from people. I felt bored watching it. I understand that, and that's why I think that... So the big problem really with this is, like, he's not talking about all games and all games that are available. Because 80%, like this 87% of missing disappearance of classic games, just because the publisher isn't providing them anymore, that doesn't necessarily mean that the publisher should. Like, there's many Super Nintendo titles, for example, Nintendo does not provide anymore. However, the real problem and where this really becomes an issue is games that require online functionality. And whenever the company decides that online functionality is no longer financially beneficial, then the company removes the functionality and you can't do anything. That's where the real problem is. That's what the issue is. That's the problem. And I think that really the solution to it is if the company is not providing a workable, like, playable version of the game that people can use, then other people privately who own the game should be able to do that themselves. Now, if the company is providing that, then I don't think that other people should be allowed to. However, if the company goes end of service and they're no longer providing the game, if somebody else wants to do it, they should have every right to do it. Because you did buy the game, and I think that you do own something and you do have the rights to something. I don't like the fact that these companies can effectively revoke your entire access to the game. I think that they should only be able to revoke your access to their online services. I guess nobody should have any rights? Yeah, there it is. And, have you ever tried Albion, planned obsolescence? Well, yeah, these games are planned obsolescence. I'll link you guys the video again. You gonna interview the guy? Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to talk to him about it and see what he thinks. But yeah, I totally support this. I think this is true. The biggest hurdle that you're going to have to overcome is actually just simply getting people to understand the issue. Because I think that most people don't really understand what this problem is. They don't see it in, like, the long-term perspective. But, like, if Candy Crush ever, you know, like, went end of service, you'd see voters changing this instantly. Because that's what a lot of the, you know, older people play, is, like, these bullshit phone games. So as soon as the bullshit phone games start going end of service, then you'll see laws against it. But the problem is that a lot of people don't understand it in the context of, like, you know, they don't know what Wild Star is. They don't know what Club Penguin is. So how could they possibly get it? I don't know what Habbo Hotel is. Do you think regulation to make it to where companies need to guarantee a minimum years of functionality or issue full refunds? No, I don't think that a company should need to guarantee a minimum type of, a minimum time of, what do you call it? Maybe like 30 days. I don't know. I think 2 years is way too long. Maybe 30 days or something very small. But no, I think that really you should just make sure that people have the autonomy to do it on their own. 90 days, something like that? Yeah. What about something nostalgious compared to Retail WoW? They fundamentally changed the game and someone wants to host the original server? Well, fundamentally, Retail WoW is not classic WoW. Because if you're playing World of Warcraft Dragonflight, that's not the same thing as playing World of Warcraft. It's the same thing as Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome is not the same as Mad Max Fury Road. They're both Mad Max, but one of them is completely different than the other. How should WoW solve the issue to play the game whenever they ban you? Well, I mean, if they ban you and you get banned for, like, you know, doing something that's against their service, their terms of service, then that's too bad. That's what you get. I'm talking about the publisher. I'm not talking about the publisher refusing service. I'm talking about the publisher not providing service, which is two very different things. Like, I think that they should absolutely be able to kick you out. 100%. Like, imagine, like, oh, they have to have you in there? Like, that's insane. Of course not. But they should also, like, have to provide a service to people that bought the game, or at least to give those people the autonomy to provide the service for themselves. What went wrong with gaming?
They've been my main hobby for most of my life. I love video games. They've been my main hobby for most of my life, and now I make videos about video games, which is great. But recently I've been analysing new games and critiquing new systems, and I've noticed a slow but insidious trend toward games becoming more and more monetized, but not fairly monetized.
Of course not. Because if they were fairly monetized, then people wouldn't want to buy them. People want to buy the unfair advantage.
Player monetized. It's the feeling you get when you look at a battle pass in a game you've already paid full price for. It's the tiny slither of sadness when a game you want has different exclusive levels for different consoles, and you'll know you'll never get to experience every part of that game now. It's that...
They had the same thing, I remember, with Soul Calibur in, like, the GameCube era. Like, the GameCube version had Link, and I think that the Xbox and PlayStation 1 had different exclusive characters too. Like, this is not something that's new, but it's something that's much more common.
Cosmetic you want, costing 1,005 gems, but the gems are sold in packs of 1,004. It's the knowledge that year on year, the microtransactions from FIFA Ultimate Team alone make more money than Elden Ring's entire sale run. It's the unfortunate...
Well, let's hear that again, boys. Let's hear that one more time. Who fucking wants to hear how gaming is nowadays? Let's go.
1,004. It's the knowledge that year on year, the microtransactions from FIFA Ultimate Team alone make more money than Elden Ring's entire sale run. It's the...
Man. Fucking hell. Yeah,
But rough.
Wow. It's depressing? Yeah, it is.
The unfortunate reality of gaming after the marketing executives took over. And it's hard to explain exactly how or when it changed, but explaining things is what I do. So let's go back to the start of gaming and work out when this whole mess started. And then I'll actually pinpoint the exact thing, the specific design...
Is it going to be the horse in Oblivion? I bet it's going to be the horse in Oblivion, or something like that.
100%.
Choice, which makes new games
We'll
feel
see. 100%.
wrong. Welcome, I'm Josh Trefayes. Let's work out what the hell went wrong with the monetization of gaming. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon, Twitch and YouTube who keep the channel alive. More information on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Let's go back to the 1980s and early 1990s. The video game revolution was kicking. Let's begin. Let's go back.
I had this game on my calculator, and I would have people pay me because we had to clear our calculators every like Tuesday for tests, and I had 2 calculators. And I would have people pay me every Wednesday to recopy Asteroids and Doom onto their TI-84 calculators. And I would get like a quarter for it every single time, man. Those were the good days.
Back to the 1980s and early 1990s. The video game revolution was kicking off, but home consoles weren't yet mainstream.
Grind never stops, that's right.
You put your money in and play the game, effectively making arcades the socially accepted pay-to-play model. There's no denying arcades were bloody expensive. I remember dropping way more than I should have done to complete Time Crisis, but while this was expensive, there was a very simple relationship between the game, the money, and the player. Pay money, get access to the whole game. Victory depends on your skill. Game designers knew it was a simple transaction, and they knew someone would simply play as long as they were able to, so they had to make the game hard so you would die more, and so pay more. This is why the Turtles...
This is the best example of this is The Lion King on Super Nintendo. Is that the people that made it went on record and they said, we're sorry, we made this game so hard, so you had to rent it twice.
Game
I'm not kidding.
Underwater bit. It's why House of the Dead bosses were damage sponges. It's why Ghosts and Goblins was everything that Ghosts and Goblins is.
This was brutal.
In the early days of home consoles, when people would rent games, we even called difficult levels blockbuster levels, designed to make the rental period longer, and so you'd have to keep renewing it. So
I don't remember that term, but okay.
Why don't these money-hungry games make us feel the same way as modern money-hungry games? Well, it's because the trade of money for game was simple, and there was nothing...
I think another reason why it was okay is because we were kids and we didn't spend all of our time thinking about it. Like, for example, now we always think about, like, all this stuff. It's, like, hyper-analyzed. And back then, we never thought about this shit at all. We were just like, oh, new game, buy game. That's it. There was no thinking whatsoever. It's unironically, ignorance is bliss.
Insidious about the transaction itself. You knew what you were giving, and you knew what you were getting. And if you were to break down the design time of a game into a pie chart at that point, it might look something like this. Story, graphics, narrative connections between them, mechanics, marketing...
I'm gonna be honest, like, except for the fucking Squaresoft games, this fucking pie part is not there in any of the other games. Like, there are so many of the games, it's like... You know, fucking, like, Duke Nukem. The president's been kidnapped. Are you a bad enough dude to rescue the president? Let's find out. There it is. All right. That's it. That's all there is to it. And maybe you hook up with a girl in, like, the third level, and that's it. What was the first arcade game you ever played? I played Gauntlet. That was my first ever arcade game that I played. I played it at Chuck E. Cheese, and I was so young that I would shoot the food with other people that would play with my mom and I could use the excuse that I was so young that I didn't know what I was doing. But I did. Bro, I knew exactly what I was doing.
Testing, and then how much a go at the arcade costs. There was a lot going on in the development of a game at these times.
Yeah, the other ones that I remember so well, I remember the Jurassic Park, the rail shooter. I remember playing that for like an hour at Chuck E. Cheese. I remember, obviously, the Simpsons game, and then there was also the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. And I always liked Galaga, the one where you're like in the ship and you can like fly around. Metal Slug, yes! Yes, I remember I played that at Blazer Laser Tag. Oh, fuck, man.
I still play Metal Slug.
Yeah, I think those were the ones that I really liked. Those are the ones I went hard as fuck on.
but it's all focused on making a game good, because at
Right.
that time, good games make the most money. When a company discovered a successful game, they couldn't just augment the original with downloadable content or extra levels, because that technology didn't exist yet. They'd have to make a complete sequel, and so gamers got more games. Jump forward to the mid-1990s, the home console market had taken off. You buy a console, you buy a game, and then you play that game. Now, the whole lives mechanic in games at this time was a holdover from the arcade design space and wasn't actually needed in home consoles because you didn't need the player to put more money in. Dying when you have three lives.
I think obviously there was a certain element of skill to it where, like, you get better at, for example, whenever you'd play Castlevania or you play Mario Brothers, you lose all of your lives, and then you get better at repeating the old levels. But yeah, definitely he's right.
Then restarting from your last save, or just dying and restarting from the save anyway with no arbitrary life limit, was functionally the same thing, but design moves slowly. Away from the arcade model, you no longer paid per play, and you now paid per game, and you then played as much as you wanted. Games were expensive, of course, but when you bought a game, it was complete.
Games were actually quite expensive back in the day. People might not remember this, but like video games back in the 90s were like $40 and $50. $50 in 1999 was a lot of fucking money, man.
With bugs, it would just have bugs forever. If it shipped with secret unlockable stuff, it would have that forever. When you owned the game, you owned the ability to play as much as you want of the complete experience. And this was a very simple and fair transaction. While the arcade was, here's a game, pay us to have a go, the console was, here's a game, pay us to keep it and play it whenever. But the home gaming scene wasn't just consoles, it was also PCs. Now, back then, PC gaming wasn't as mainstream as it is today, but it did come with one major advantage.
PC gaming was actually complete garbage back then. I know people might reminisce on how great 90s games were. Yes, you're right. Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness was fucking amazing. But you fucking forget all of those games that were sitting there in the Circuit City bargain bin, and they should have been in the fucking garbage. They were so bad that you would play them, they wouldn't load. My mom would always say, like back in the 80s, whenever she'd try to buy a new game, it was like 50-50. If you buy the new software, if it works or not, then you have to call IBM and figure out what's going on, and then it doesn't work, and then it's like, well, it is what it is. So that's what happens, man. Like I've had that happen with I think I had a Duke Nukem game had that, but it's like before I think the turning point was whenever they started selling the games in the big boxes like this. That's whenever the games actually started being good. But whenever they would sell them in like these little fucking pieces of plastic, like a rapper giving out their mixtape at like some party or something downtown, like the mixtape rapper ones were fucking garbage. They were so bad.
Because the PC held a load of data files on its hard drive instead of just reading them from the disk or cart like a console, developers could create additional content for a game and sell that. Like the incredible RPG Baldur's Gate, releasing in 1998, and then the multi-hour-long expansion Tales of the Sword Coast in 1999. This was a time in gaming where developers could develop additional content, but when they did, it was usually a lot of content. PC games saw expansion
Only it was that easy.
Morrowind, seeing the Tribunal and Blood Moon expansions, Diablo 2, then the Lord of Destruction expansion, and all the extra modules for Neverwinter Nights. This was additional content for a game without being a sequel.
I mean, Blizzard had this too, right? There was like Beyond the Dark Portal for Warcraft 2, and there was Brood War. That Brood War was an expansion pack right there for StarCraft.
But again, gamers didn't hate this because the transaction was very simple to understand and it felt fair.
People would sometimes complain about an expansion because they just had to spend more money. But I think that comparatively, yes, it was received positively.
You gave them money, you got an experience designed to be the most fun it could possibly be. The biggest difference in this era is there's no trickery. You're not being manipulated. It's just a straight-up understandable product. If we again take the idea...
I think that people would complain about games being incomplete back then or bad, but it was less likely because you couldn't really patch things live after you shipped them. So there were less incomplete games that got shipped. And the ones that were incomplete, people don't remember them because they were garbage and nobody played them. Remember the free CD-ROM games from magazines? Yeah, you'd get them in the middle and you could play the demo of a game. Yeah, I remember that. I got some of those for Xbox even.
of breaking down game development time into a pie chart, you've probably got a few new bits to the pie by now. Magazine adverts and articles, some TV ads, and the arcade price replaced with a box price. But it is still mostly make a good game and you will make good money.
Yeah.
Then in 2004, online gaming really started to kick off with World of Warcraft being released, but Blizzard aren't the bad guys in this story, at least not yet. For now, we need to look to the east, to another popular online game from Korea called MapleStory. Now,
oh my fucking god. I couldn't believe whenever people played this. Whenever I actually saw what this game looked like, I thought everybody was joking. I was like, no, you're not actually playing this though, right? I mean, like, this is all like a meme or something? Like, no, there's no way. But no, bro, like, people went hard on this. There's even a MapleStory 2 now. I can't believe it.
And the small toy capsules gachapon had been popular for years. You put money into a gachapon machine and get a random toy of varying rarity.
Oh, great.
These systems appeal to people who like collecting things and people who like random chance or mystery. It's basically gambling on a rather inconsequential...
It's gambling for children. Yeah, it just gets them into it so they understand it, they know how it works, and they're ready for whenever they get older. Yeah, like we had the same thing. How many of you guys had those little fucking things you put a quarter in or 2 quarters in and you turn it and then like something comes out? You're like, oh, I really hope I get the car sticker, and it comes out and it's a sticker of a banana again. Oh, fuck, man, Mom, can I have 50 cents? Yeah, I understand this all too well.
Level, but the psychology behind it is very, very powerful. So MapleStory introduced an in-game gachapon style system. 100 yen got you a ticket for a random in-game item, and many people consider this to be the first example of a random loot box.
So this was it. This piece of shit weeb game from the 2000s ruined video gaming. It wasn't the horse armor. It was this.
Hey Yamato, what's up, my
But more
bro?
importantly,
How you doing?
this was the first moment in mainstream video games where you could pay money and not know what you were getting. You were no longer paying for the game or for
my statement on this and my stance on this has always been very clear. Everything that you buy in a video game, you should know exactly what you're buying. You should not buy a chance at something. You should not buy a roll at something. You should not buy something that buys a chance at something.
Don't know what to play,
you should spend money and get immediately exactly what you spent the money for.
Established product, you were paying for the mystery, the ephemeral moment of what if between purchase.
Yeah, I'm mad about the honing from yesterday. Yes, I am. It's fucking bullshit.
And eventual prize. And this system made a lot of money. Because MapleStory was online, and other people could see what you won. So it was no longer about having the game and enjoying the game. It was now about a sense of community and prestige when you have something somebody else doesn't. If you make
that's the one thing that people love. People love to be the special boy. You know, oh yeah, I'm the special boy. I have the cool item. Absolutely.
Game multiplayer, competition amongst players becomes a thing, and there are a subset of players who enjoy being seen as the person with the best stuff. And unlike real gachapon machines, which were either a physical distance to travel to or had a queue by them or sometimes just sold out, virtual gachapon tickets were unlimited, entirely within the company's control and could be bought constantly. MapleStory already had the in-game items made, so they were selling the excitement of chance, and they were tapping into the collector and completionist mentality of many hardcore gamers.
12-year-olds.
So game developers began to see they didn't actually need to sell a gaming experience anymore. They could instead sell the small adrenaline spike of potential. This was a turning point. A moment in...
So MapleStory ruined gaming.
Fuck.
I think that's pretty fair. Yeah.
Investors realized it was completely worthwhile to dedicate at least some game development time, not to the game itself, but to systems within the game designed simply to extract money from the player after they had started playing, but without giving them a complete new game. This is the first part of the puzzle for where we are today. So let's put this idea of sell random chance into a little box. A box of all the design tricks which don't favour the player or make the game necessarily any better. A box of design tricks which don't make you think, oh my god, this is amazing, I need to tell all my friends.
Sounds like a great box.
But instead, use the game as a simple vehicle for additional monetization. Now, the techniques in this box are not games themselves. They cannot exist on their own. They aren't symbiotic with a game because they don't enhance each other. They are parasitic because they need the game to survive but don't necessarily improve it. We'll call this box abusive monetization strategies.
Yeah, it's about right. No, I think it's very true. Is that a lot of these systems are designed in a way that they do make the game worse. Or not utilizing these systems makes the game worse. That's like one of the worst things that pay for convenience in games has, is that it makes it to where it is financially lucrative for a developer to make a game inconvenient. Because now they can sell the shortcut.
Or for a more catchy title, Pandora's Box of Bad Design. The
Yeah,
main danger
like
of this
that better.
box is, if we were to take the pie chart of game development time now, knowing that this box exists and knowing the techniques inside it can make a decent amount of money, the finance people know they need to find space for the techniques within this box somewhere on the pie chart, which means something else must lose out. Jump forward 2 years to 2006. The Western gaming market
Just like I said. Yep. Here we go.
it hasn't yet discovered the mass appeal and psychological dominance that loot boxes have, but they
Yeah.
have discovered something just as important. Gamers will pay money to look different. And it all kicks off with this stupid horse. Now,
oh god, there it is. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it.
I've made a complete video on the history of this
Yeah.
horse, but the short story is The Elder Scrolls Oblivion was a great game with some great DLC, Knights of the Nine and the Shivering Isles.
I never had
but
any
you
of
could
the
also pay a
DLC.
few dollars to give your horse armor. Now, it's important to
Yeah.
understand this is completely cosmetic. It doesn't actually make your horse any better in combat or defend it, but you can buy it. And people did. In fact, a lot of people bought it, and this highlighted another thing. Making a game takes a
Well,
long
everybody was very upset about this, and people would say like, "Oh, if you buy this, you're a loser, or you're stupid, or something like that," right? But yeah, I never bought this shit. Like, at this point, I have the strategy guide for Oblivion, but I don't have the fucking horse armor. I don't know how to download that. My mom was like, bro, she wouldn't even buy, like, she wouldn't put her credit card on the internet until like 2015. Like, I would have to go to fucking Target and buy those fucking prepaid WoW game cards for her because she would not want to have her card. Give that, you want me to give that to Blizzard? What the hell are they going to do with that? What are they going to do with that? What are they going to do with my card? Yeah, dude, she was not about that.
time. But once the main game is made, the development time it would take to make a cosmetic for that game is relatively short. And that cosmetic can be sold for a small amount of money,
yeah.
but it can be sold many, many times. The cost is
Well, it's very simple, right? So, like, if you make something and you sell it for $1, and you make Elden Ring and you sell it for $60, do you think that the thing that you made that you're selling for $1 is only 1/60th easier than making Elden Ring? No, it's probably 1/10,000th easier than making Elden Ring. So in terms of optimization and min-maxing, you're going to min-max selling the thing that you make for $1 a billion times than selling the thing that you sell for $60 100 times or 1,000 times.
But the sales volume is high, hence microtransaction. Separate
Yes.
from the idea of a complete expansion.
I hate how people call them microtransactions, but there's packages to buy it for $100. How the fuck is that a microtransaction? It's more than the game. That's a fucking that's a macro transaction. I wish people would start saying that. Macro transactions. Every time that it's more than like $3.
Which would expand the game and make the game experience bigger, a microtransaction adds hardly anything beyond the original experience. It's
Holy
almost
shit.
inconsequential, but it's not free. So now
Jesus.
developers know expansions are a bit risky, but microtransactions are very safe and very small. Even
Yeah.
if they don't sell, it's not a great waste of developer time. So the focus shifted away from selling a main game with lots of expansions to selling the main game and then lots and lots and lots and lots of small additional things. The problem with this is now developers had a vested interest in keeping the coolest cosmetics or the most fun little things out of the base game, and
That is something that I have complained about
Getting
for,
harassment on-
I don't know, fucking 10 years.
On
Like,
your
I
stream,
poured
bro. Like,
salt
what
on my
happened?
head about this in 2012. and everybody said I was a loser. But now, 10 years later, they realized that I was right all along. Yeah, I fucking knew this shit was going to happen. Because if you tell people that you can make money doing this, they're going to start doing it. Of course.
Game, and instead releasing them as additional microtransactions, which is something we'll see happen more and more. And this absolutely does not favour the player.
No, it does
because
not.
it leads to an experience where you, as a player, even though you have bought the game, when you sit down to play it, you do not feel like you have access to the whole game. Because you don't.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, you don't have access to it. That's the reason why.
It used to be you bought a game and got a game. Now it's you buy a game and you get the main framework, which you need to pay more to flesh out. So let's add sell small additions to your game as microtransactions to the box of abusive monetization strategies.
Okay.
And as the box grows, so does the space it would need to take up on the game development
It's
part.
getting bigger.
Now we head into 2009 to the rise of Facebook and one of the cornerstone...
Oh, dude, like these Facebook games?
I'll be right back, so... yeah. Like more shit. You're making a very nice looking dog. That is misaligned though. Why is it snapping like that though? Can't you like put it anywhere?
like, I remember there would be times where like people would say that their grandma got addicted to like Farmville or something on Facebook, and she was spending more time on Farmville, and the cat's dead, and it's been dead for like 2 weeks, and like she doesn't even know about it because she's just been playing Farmville the whole time. Holy fuck. Yeah, people got addicted to this.
Of casual gaming and
oh
monetization.
My God. Yeah, the Mafia game too.
Farmville. Farmville was everywhere in the late 2000s, made by Zynga, and these guys were masters because Facebook was everywhere. Everyone was on it, and even non-gamers were gaming, which sounds great, but they were burning through the game too quickly. They were enjoying it and then just moving on, which was not great because Facebook is all about retention. So Farmville did something really counterintuitive to increase player retention. They gave you daily energy, so you couldn't progress more than a certain amount every day. Now these games were
And this is how every game is now. You have like these weird fucking throttling systems that make it to where you can't do any progress. Now they have this. The thing is, some of them are okay. I actually think that some of these throttling systems are fine, but most of them are not. Like, for example, only being able to do a raid and get loot from it once a week in WoW is fundamentally the same thing. It's just done in a way that's not harmful to the player. Conduit energy, yeah, exactly. Dailies, fucking Lost Ark Resonance. I forgot even what it was called in Diablo Immortal, but it was probably, there was 3 different versions of that in Diablo Immortal, probably. Yeah, a Vitality in Tower of Fantasy.
Played by people on phones and laptops, and people got bored pretty quickly. And one of the best ways to prevent boredom is to limit your time with something. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, as they say. So energy systems limiting what actions you could take, or timers connected to growing your crops or building things and you couldn't progress them quicker.
Well, it's not just the energy systems, it's that the energy systems enabled them to also monetize bypassing the energy systems. That's I think the real reason why these got implemented. It's not because people would stop playing the game. It's basically them putting ankle weights on you and then telling you that for $5 they'll take them off for the week.
Making the player progress only in short but intense bursts and then wait for their next fix of game.
Yeah.
You either force them to pay more money to gain more energy, or to...
It's like you're wearing like a chastity belt for 23 hours and they take it off for 1 fucking hour, and then after that you've got it back on for the rest of the day. Unless you pay $5.
Skip the timers, or you make them return tomorrow. And this is game design focused on the formation of daily habits. The psychological power of the habit has been studied for years. Motivational speakers talk about them, self-help books push them, and now gaming companies were looking to use them as a way to turn players into users. Because it wasn't just about the game being fun anymore. The focus wasn't on giving the player the best experience you could give.
Well, I think it's very important whenever you look at the terminology, right? I mean, it's a terminology change. Like, players are no longer players, they are now users. I think that's huge.
Them and letting the player enjoy it at their own pace. The focus was about the game being effective at encouraging a specific behavior response from the user. Yeah. Encouraging the user to return day after day is habit forming. Someone who plays your game habitually is more likely to remain playing even after the game itself has stopped being enjoyable. They're just continuing the habit. Along with this, game designers knew you would also have friends on Facebook that may not be playing the game.
Oh my God, the updates from Farmville. Holy fuck, that was so annoying. Share your progress. Oh, somebody gave you a gift. Log on to Farmville to claim it. Oh no.
And they wanted those friends to play the game, which is why they put the mechanics in the game.
I remember one time there was like a hot girl on Facebook, and I saw I had a notification from her, and I was like, yes. And then it was Farmville.
Share this achievement with your friend to get bonuses and get boosts. A huge amount of people began playing Facebook games not because they thought they would be the type of game they enjoy, but because they were doing their friend a favor by starting up. They were supporting their farm.
Indentured servitude online. I love it.
They were joining their mafia. And just like MapleStory's gacha being viewed by the players in the game, you could share the progress of your farm. You could show off how far along you were.
Recruit your nephew and your grandma to come work on your farm. And fucking work for free on your video game farm on Facebook. It's just like, whenever you break it down, it's so stupid. But it worked and people did it.
Spurred competition. So we can add limiting progression per day and encouraging you to invite your friends to start the game to give yourself advantages or the ability to share your progression with the community, which is why achievements on almost all consoles and PCs are publicly viewable. Into the box of abusive monetization strategies. And while habitually playing something isn't generating money in itself, it does keep the audience around longer so they can be exposed to other, more successful strategies. Now, some people...
Well, it's more like, let's say every single time that somebody opens the game, there's a 10% chance that they're going to buy something. Well, then all you need to do is get them to open the game 10 times. So there you go. Now this is the goal. You got to get them to open the game 10 times. It's that easy.
Will point out that paying to advance more or paying to skip timers is in some ways similar to the old arcade process of dying and then putting more coins in to continue.
Yeah.
And it is similar, but there is a crucial difference. With an arcade game, you could, in theory, finish the game entirely on skill.
Yeah.
These timers and energy bars in games such as Farmville cannot ever be finished on skill alone, because you will hit a wall.
Yeah, there were no, as far as I know, there were no Farmville esports competitions
that you will need to either wait for or pay to remove. But this wasn't everything. Nowhere near. Farmville had other strategies.
Yeah, TSM doesn't have a Farmville team.
Pay to make them progress faster, but not with money directly. Now you had to convert real money into a proprietary currency. In this case, farm bucks. And this is one of the most prevalent designs we still see used, because it does several psychological things disgustingly well. If you can buy
that would actually have been so fucking funny, though, whenever I'm thinking about it. Like, imagine if one of the big esports orgs just brought in, like, a bunch of the players' moms, and they had, like, a competitive Farmville team, and it was actually just, like, 7 of the, you know, like, their Counter-Strike players, like, their moms, just talking about the game. That would have been fucking hilarious. I would watch that, yeah.
From the game, you can see the cost in a currency that you understand. But if the game displays items in their own proprietary currency, such as gems or coins or platinum or farm bucks or whatever they want to call it, you have to make one mental step converting the currency from what you understand to what you don't understand.
Yep.
So all these things are now one mental step away from having real value, and that is hugely important, because even once...
And that's why all these games have like 2 or 3 different currencies, where you buy the you use your real money, and then you buy the in-game premium currency, and then you use the premium currency to buy the shop currency. It's like Lost Ark, you buy royal crystals and turn them into blue crystals, and then you spend blue crystals on items in the shop.
Step is further than most people are willing to go.
So it's like, how much money are you really spending with, you know, like $400 or, you know, $100 of Lost Ark money? It's kind of hard to say, because you've got to go through royal crystals, blue crystals, and gold.
So let's add that into the box. Proprietary in-game premium currency to obscure real-world value by a single step.
I also think that every single game, they shouldn't let you do this. I think that if you're going to have microtransactions in a game, I think that there is no consumer advantage that pricing in the store exists in crystals or... Oh, fuck, is it messed up?
I was about to give up.
Are we good? Testing 1, 2, 3. Is we big good? Oh, yeah, there it is. So, like, I do think that it should be just against the rules. Because, like, at a certain point, I think that what is really the government and regulatory agency's job? It is to protect individuals and consumers from predatory and unfair practices that companies have. And I feel like there is literally no advantage that having these different intermediary currencies provides to the player. This does not help anybody. This doesn't make it easier to understand. It just makes it worse. What's the line, though? What do you mean, where's the line? The line's simple. If you have something in the store, it's supposed to be in USD or whatever the currency of the... we're going to move this a little bit. Let me move this so now you guys can see how big the box is getting. There we go. Yeah, you just have everything in USD. Or, you know, euros or whatever, of whatever that currency is. Yeah, it should be in local currency only. And that's it.
Bonus points if it makes you convert the currency to multiple other in-game currencies, which is...
And you have to think about, why is it like this? Fundamentally, the reason why it's like this is because it is designed in a way to deceive you. So how is it good for the consumer that these things exist? Well, I'll tell you. It's not.
It's completely impossible to track in your own mind. So you need to buy the currency. And this is the next trick. The currency is usually sold in packs, and these packs are specifically sized to either be just under what you actually need or very, very close to the next best thing, making you consider the next pack up.
They're not actually, well, they're not even either, which makes it even more difficult to, like, let's say you get 100 keys for $100, where each key is $1. But they don't do that. They have all these, like, weird, like, you know, odd numbers.
For example, if you need 100 gems to buy something in the game and gem packs are sold in packs of 90 or 205, you may as well buy the 205 pack. But then...
Yeah, it's like at this point, right? I mean, at this point you're losing money if you don't buy 505 gems. Yeah, you're just losing money. You're stupid.
And there's a really good item in the game for 210, and you're only 5 gems short. But the next pack contains 500 gems. But there's a mega item for 505 gems, and you're only 5 gems shy of that now. You're not thinking about the number 505, you're thinking it's only 5 and then only another 5. Much smaller jumps for much higher jumps in value. You'd be a fool if you didn't take them, right?
Exactly.
So that's going in the box.
You'd be losing money if you didn't spend $100 on the Primo pack that gives you 20% extra crystals. I mean, you're basically stupid if you don't spend $100.
Of bad design. But let's say you do buy a pack. Whatever pack you buy, you will spend your unique in-game proprietary currency, but then you'll discover something else. The currency is non-refundable, and it is almost impossible to spend all of it. You'll always be left with some random number, like 4 gems or 2 bits of platinum. It's never 0. And this will bother you, because in your mind, that's a waste, and you don't like waste. And if you don't spend that currency, then the game is keeping it, and you've paid for that. But the only way to make this useful is to buy another currency pack. I mean...
This is just like... And like, the logic with this is so stupid, but it works. It's like, I remember one time I had a bag of gummy lifesavers that I ate, and it started making me sick. And I thought to myself... Well, I've got to eat the rest of these as fast as I can so they won't be around anymore to make me sick. Exact same mentality.
Be a fool if you didn't do that, right?
I ate the whole bag.
Premium currency just sitting there in strange, unspendable amounts. It's annoying. And it's by design. So add that to the box. But maybe you know all this, and you're not a fool. You won't spend a lot, you'll wait for a sale, but oh look, you're a brand new player and there's an offer. A load of premium currency, a boost, a few cosmetics. It's a limited time offer, and it's all for the low price of just under $1. Now you'd definitely be a fool if you didn't buy this.
Yeah, you'd be an idiot.
Why the intro packs to almost any game are such good value? It's because studies have shown people who buy a single purchase are much, much more likely to make another purchase.
No, it's how to get... It's the salesman's technique is called getting your foot in the door, right? It's like as soon as you can condition a person into buying something or getting them into a habit of doing it, then it's so much easier. Now it's only a matter of time.
So you want to make the first purchase really enticing. And it's because some phones need you to authorize in-app purchases. But once you have authorized one...
Exactly, and like also, you have your payment information saved. So now there's not that barrier to entry. Now you don't have to put in your credit card information to spend $100. All you have to do is spend $100. You just click the button. It's not, I mean, you didn't even really spend the money. I mean, where'd it go? Like, you just click the button, it's done. So yeah, as soon as they have your payment info, it makes it way easier. Don't think, just buy it. Yeah, I mean, well, you have to just buy it because it's a limited offer and it's going to go away in 2 hours. And if you don't get it now, it'll be gone forever.
not double check for any extra purchases. So you confirm that you want to buy the cheap pack, and then it doesn't double check for the expensive packs, because every screen between the player and a purchase is a moment they could doubt and reconsider.
And this is always true. And like, for example, this is the case with any sort of like online commerce, is that the different websites that you have can track whenever people leave the store. So like they can track, okay, this person put the item in their cart, okay, this person put the item in their cart and then went to the checkout, and it's like what the drop-off is at each different time period.
So you want to get those, are you sure you want to purchase this, checks agreed with and out the way early. Unusually cheap intro microtransactions just to get you into a habit. Let's add that to the box. And while the box is looking pretty anti-player and anti-consumer so far, it's nowhere near full. To truly see how effective this ugly design can be, we only need to go forward 1 year to 20...
Oh my god, bro, like this fantasy team shit, I can't fucking believe that people buy this. Like, a lot of the times, like, you're buying the same characters. And, like, the worst part about this is, like, however stupid I think FIFA is, I spent, like, $40 on Lost Ark card packs yesterday. So, I mean, it's the same exact thing. It's oh, fuck. Idiot? Yeah, well, at least every year, though, if I get the Light of Salvation plus 30, I'm going to be okay. Yeah, I won't have to worry about it for a long time.
10, and look at FIFA's Ultimate Team mode.
Yep,
now, I'm not really into football games, but the FIFA franchise of games actually highlights the game design shift really well. It shows how games have moved from being a fun experience by themselves to a fun enough framework that other monetization tactics will cling to like limpets. In FIFA, you can buy loot boxes, which contain random cards of players, and use these to build up your Ultimate Team. The Ultimate Team mode takes several of the box ideas and combines them, and now the Ultimate Team mode makes more money than the box.
Holy fuck, man. Oh, we are really in for some really interesting days, aren't we? Oh my god, this is so ridiculous. Like, we're triple fucked. Like, yeah, gotcha indeed. I think that, again, all of this stuff is enabled by gambling. Like, if, for example, on the FIFA store, they had fucking Messi on the store, and he was $500, okay? Nobody would buy it. But the reason why they're buying it is they're getting eaten one bite at a time. They're not getting swallowed whole with the $500 purchase right immediately, but it's one bite at a time. It's the gamba that enables these purchases. Because I think that the amount of people who would actually sit there and spend $500 just to have that card, and you knew that the only way that somebody had that card is that they spent $500, people would laugh at it. And if you think that I'm wrong, people laugh at you for spending $8 on Twitter. Think about how stupid you've got to be to spend $500 on a FIFA game that gets outdated next year.
Sales of FIFA itself. In fact, since 2018, FIFA Ultimate Team has generated over $1 billion in revenue per year for EA. In 2021, they made $1.6 billion. And it happens every single year. And the cards you buy in the Ultimate Team for 1 year cannot be used in the next year.
Why not? Why not? Why can't you use the cards in the next year? I wonder why.
The microtransactions now have a shelf life. Horse armor may last forever.
That's
but
right.
What if it didn't? What if you could make a...
My Light of Salvation will... whenever I get my Light of Salvation up to level 30, it's going to be forever too.
Player pay for it again and again every year. Let's add that to the box. Yearly repeating microtransactions. Now, as a developer, you'd look at this thing, this box, and think, wow, selling my game isn't the profitable thing anymore.
No.
It's what I can sell within the game. By now, the box of abusive monetization strategies is so big, it's almost impossible to ignore if you are making a game.
And this was, like, we haven't even gotten to 10 years ago, okay?
1 year later, in 2011, the MMORPG RuneScape is suffering. They had a major update to the combat system, which a huge majority of the player base hated, and this made them lose a lot of players. This is a mistake worthy of its own video, but the bottom line is, they are a monthly subscription game losing subscribing players.
Yes.
And they need to find a way to either recover paying members or to stem the tide of people leaving.
So a subscription game that you pay monthly for, losing players, and then it having microtransactions in it. Yeah, I could see this happening. Yeah, I think this seems reasonable, yeah.
Enter the loyalty program. Every month of membership, you now earn loyalty points, and you earn more for every consecutive month that you remain subscribed. And then you can spend loyalty points on cool exclusive cosmetics, or mechanically powerful auras and boosts. So now, cancelling your membership wasn't just a case of thinking, I'm not enjoying the game, so I won't pay, which is a very simple, understandable, fair transaction. It's now a case of thinking, I'm not enjoying the game, but if I unsubscribe,
I
break
everything.
my loyalty streak and will earn far fewer loyalty points.
And this is what people that do to streamers too. Like, I don't understand this. Like, I'm subscribed to some people on Twitch. Yeah, sure, they're like friends of mine. But it's like some people like make a big deal out of like being subscribed to like different streamers and shit like that. Like, oh, I don't know, man. Like, it's just, I don't know. Not really? Yes, absolutely. What do you mean, really? Yeah. But my streak, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's not that big of a deal. At least to me, it's not.
Over the long run, which will put me at a disadvantage if I ever do want to come back in the future, which is not as fair. The transaction used to be simple, but now we're putting the player in the position of give money even if you don't want to play because you don't want to break a habit. That's good.
And I think this is still okay. Like, if a company wants to do this, a game developer wants to do this, I think that they should be able to do this. I don't like it, but I think it's okay if a company does this. Even though it is, somebody says it's ass, it is absolutely ass. However, there are things that are much worse.
Going in the box. And by now, the box is demanding a bigger and bigger slice of the game design pie chart. 2 years later, 2013 sees the release of Dead Space 3, the third installment in a terrific horror trilogy. Well, sort of. While Dead Space 1 and 2 were indeed terrific horror games with tension and pacing and balanced gameplay and great stories, Dead Space 3 did something strange. It took the idea of you being a lone engineer trapped on an infested spaceship, struggling against incredible odds, using only your small collection of mining tools and very limited ammunition to survive, and it added in the ability to let you buy in-game guns with real cash from the cash shop. A horror survival game.
What? Damn, bro, that's, I mean, wow. Okay. What's wrong with microtransactions if they're completely cosmetic? Number one, they're not cosmetic. Number two, I don't have a problem with microtransactions as long as they are priced in USD and they are not a gotcha system. It's not a random event system. You spend money, you get thing. Literally that simple.
Selling you in-game guns and ammo, completely defeating the atmosphere and vibe the game was going for. Selling players things they could use within your game to make the game easier. Let's add that to the box. That's effectively selling power. This one manages to out-monetize even the arcade. It would be like putting more coins into Time Crisis and getting a rocket launcher, or removing the time limit in Crazy Taxi. It's sort of...
Let me think about that. Has there ever been a game back then that would sell power? The closest thing that you could possibly have would be maybe buying one of those different controllers that have a turbo button. That is the closest thing that I can think of to, like, back in the day, pay to win. Game Shark? Yeah, Game Shark is a good, that's a good point. I actually had a Game Shark back in the day.
Defeats the purpose of the original game. Along with Dead Space selling guns, we now see the MOBA game Dota 2 release what many consider the first major battle pass system. Now, when this craze started, I remember walking into gaming shops and seeing the phrase battle pass everywhere, and I had no idea what they were. Effectively, they are optional purchases which unlock a series of challenges or processes you can go through to unlock more stuff in the game, but they are time sensitive. So you buy the monthly battle pass, and if you play play a certain number of hours, or kill a certain number of enemies, or achieve a certain number of whatever it wants you to do, you can advance along the battle pass and unlock new stuff. Now,
I think battle passes would have been way better, and I think they would be way better if at the end of the battle pass duration, everybody just got everything out of the battle pass. And like you could just work to unlock it inside of the season, but if you don't finish it inside the season, you can just get the rest of it at the end. I think that would be a lot better.
Now, you could just have the unlockable stuff be available for everyone to unlock anyway, but by limiting it to a timed battle pass, you're doing a few manipulative things. You're creating a fear of missing out, or FOMO, as players know if they don't have this month's battle pass, they may never get the full experience or that rare cosmetic ever again. So you are encouraging an unhealthy amount of gameplay, because if you're not advancing your battle pass, you're losing precious time. So
this is the same with like login rewards. I remember whenever Lost Ark had like some login reward that was really cool, people were logging in every single day. I remember like Stoops and Zeals were on vacation and they had to go to like a fucking one of those like computer LAN cafes to log into Lost Ark to make sure that they collected their item for the day. It was nuts.
Now you're actually discouraging players from enjoying any other game and forcing them to focus entirely on progression within yours.
Yeah.
This design is of course at odds with the limit playtime technique because they appeal to different demographics. Remember, a battle pass or
I think battle passes are a lot better for people that are like mono gamers. Like, for example, you only play like maybe 1 or 2 games. I think battle passes are pretty much okay for those people because they're going to play through it and get it anyway. But whenever you're playing like 12 different games at a time, and then you have 10 different battle passes, I think that's whenever things become really just like unmanageable.
Limited time progression track doesn't always actively improve a game, but it does always increase that game's revenue, so throw it in the box. By now, even the concept of a fun, well-made game is starting to look like a horrifically augmented shadow of its former self. Imagine what a well-made game would look like if you tried to shoehorn in all of the techniques in this box. And unfortunately, eventually...
I know what it's like. I played it last year. It was called Diablo Immortal.
You won't need to imagine. We're seeing it more and more. Later that same year, one of my favourite games comes out. Assassin's Creed Black Flag, a fantastic pirate game. There's just one problem. Unless you own both a PlayStation and an Xbox and are willing to buy 2 copies of the game, you can never experience the full game. Black Flag featured console-exclusive levels, which not only fueled the petty console wars, but also highlighted the fact that marketing executives were now powerful enough to tell games developers exactly what their players deserved, or more importantly, what their non-players don't deserve. This is not player-focused design at all. And while I completely understand the power of console exclusives, when I walked into a game shop and picked up 2 copies of Black Flag and realised no matter what I choose, there is a mission I won't get to play because I don't have the right console, that didn't leave a good taste in my mouth. So
no, it sucks. It absolutely sucks. Like, my opinion has always been that console exclusive games are trash. There is no benefit for the user that some game is console exclusive on PlayStation. There will never be a situation where this game only being available on PlayStation makes it better for the people playing it.
While Dota may have started the Battle Pass idea, it was almost perfected 4 years later in 2017 by Fortnite Season 2, which replaced the Season Shop with a Battle Pass system.
Played Fortnite 4 years. Never spent a single cent.
And then later in November of 2017, we witness a bit of gaming history, and it fills us all with a sense of pride and accomplishment. Star Wars Battlefront 2 was an
people fucking went apeshit about this. Oh my god, this was bad.
Amazing game which released back in 2005, not to be confused with Star Wars Battlefront 2, which was a mediocre game which released in 2017. It was a full-price game and yet also had a loot box system in it along with premium currency system. This led to a Reddit user complaining that even though they'd bought the $80...
It takes 40 hours to unlock a hero. That's what this says. Apparently this, after reading this post, a developer at on the Overwatch team got a promotion after they gave their new idea for the new game, Overwatch 2. They said only 40 hours. You're just giving it away for free at that
Of
point.
the game, they still couldn't play as Darth Vader from day one. Unlocking Darth Vader means buying his hero crate, which costs 60,000 in-game credits, or you can spend real money. Now, you can earn an average of 250 credits per 10-minute match at the time, so you'd have to grind for roughly 40 hours of constant gameplay, longer than the average completion time of most video games, to unlock a single rare character. Or you could pay crystals in the premium.
And the thing is, like, for example, if you had to spend that much time just to unlock the character, I wouldn't really give a fuck about that. The problem is that you can just spend money to bypass it. If you couldn't bypass it, it would be fine. I wouldn't care.
Shop and spend those on hero crates and just hope. EA responded to this Reddit complaint saying the reason crates were so expensive or take so long to unlock is to give a sense of pride and accomplishment to players who did manage to unlock them. This becomes the most down of pride.
Wow, I spent $100. I have Darth Vader. I'm a winner. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, this says a negative 667,000 updoots. That's a lot of down doots.
Pride and accomplishment to players who did manage to unlock them. This becomes the most downvoted comment in Reddit history. So, locking premium parts of your full-priced game behind either hours of grind or spending even more money to unlock the cool stuff before other people who bought the same game as you. Now, it's important to understand that games having things locked within them is not necessarily bad design. One of my favourite games of all time is SSX Tricky, the snowboarding game. And as you play through that, you unlock new characters.
Yeah, it's totally fine that it takes a really long time to unlock certain characters. The problem isn't that it takes a long time to unlock other characters. The problem is that you can spend money to bypass the time.
New boards and new tracks. Progression within a game and rewarding that progression with new mechanics, new characters and new areas is not bad. The problem was progression wasn't the only way to unlock this. You could simply pay more money to get it immediately.
There it is.
And because it was a competitive game, people who paid the extra money were at an advantage over those who did not. This is a video about how newer games feel wrong. And it feels wrong to buy the same game as someone else and to know that they will have an advantage over you if they pay more.
I totally fucking agree with that. I think that's probably one of the best ways to say it too. Like, why do you want to play a game that's a competitive game that you're set up to lose in? It's just sucks, man. Like, that's why I think a lot of people stop doing like WoW PvP also, because like you don't have all the best gear. Why do you want to go in there? I'll be right back. I went to a grocery store today before a show, and a guy there was looking at me weird, and he walked by me like 3 times, just like, okay, you know, this is gonna be like a thing. And so he comes up to me, he's like, bro, I know you from somewhere. And I'm like, yeah, I do YouTube. He's like, that's crazy. And I'm like, yeah, I thought I knew you. It was a viewer. And he's like, I watched a video of you about Elden Ring. I'm like, is that right? He says, yeah, you were watching somebody else's video, and they didn't like Elden Ring, and you were saying they were stupid. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. That was me. And he's like, and they were stupid. I'm like, I know, right? I'm like, did you play Elden Ring? He's like, yeah, it was great. I'm like, yeah, I don't know what that guy was talking about. That guy was a fucking idiot. And he's like, yeah, can I get a picture with you? I'm like, yeah, sure. And he's like, you know, I see him looking over at like, it's like middle-aged man with like a, you know, everything, you know, like prim and proper. I'm like, that's your manager? I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah. I'm like, I'm not on break. It's like, it's fine. And I'm like, just get out of line of sight of the manager. We'll just go stand over here. He won't be able to see you. And he's like, oh, okay. Yeah, it's fine. And I did it. Actually worked. Straight up fucking worked. LOS the manager. Took a picture with the dude. Drove home. Did the stream.
That in the box of abusive monetization. Why not? It's going to work.
Yeah.
And then 5 years later, Diablo Immortal happened.
Oh,
now,
good.
I've already covered Diablo Immortal pretty extensively in the video The Diabolically Immoral Diablo Immortal and its follow-up about the legendary crests, because it took basically every idea from the big box of abusive monetization and sprinkled them liberally over.
It's kind of like, imagine thinking of like, there's a list of every immoral and predatory practice for a video game to have. And Diablo Immortal used that list like a checklist. And they got a 100 too.
for a somewhat Diablo-looking game, including multiple premium currencies, a deliberately similar in-game item which functions slightly differently to a paid version of the same thing, and multiple battle passes all called different things. But don't worry, because everyone assured me that Diablo Immortal was a mobile game, and thus would not be representative of the actual next Diablo game, which would be Diablo 4. Everyone told me Diablo 4 would be a full game by itself, with no cash shop, with gameplay first, and none of the strategies from the big box of badness.
I don't think anybody said that Diablo 4 wasn't going to have anything like that. I just think it's not going to be pay to win. And for everything that I've read so far, it's not pay to win except for being able to spend money on the head start, which I think is undoubtedly pay to win.
So of course,
the sad thing about that though is, like, I'll give them credit. Like, if I was a game developer, I would also allow people to pay money to play the game early, because it staggers out the amount of people and the amount of stress on your servers. It's kind of like a soft release to see how your servers are going to be able to do, and also you make more money with it. So it's like a win-win situation. It's like it's logistically a good idea, and it's financially a good idea. Like Lost Ark did that. I feel like most games are going to do this, just because it works.
Various digital versions of the game, the more expensive ones giving you an accelerated battle pass bonus, allowing you to progress quicker, and there is a cosmetic cash shop using its own proprietary currency. And if you're thinking Diablo doesn't need all these extra bells and whistles to be a good Diablo game, you are correct. These have not been added because they make the game better. They've been added because they make the game money. And then Darktide released, which is
I think that's actually a really, really simple way of putting it. I'm gonna
the game better. They've been added. You are correct. These have not been added because they make the game better. They've been added because they make the game money. And then
That's exactly right.
Darktide.
It's to make money, not make the game better. And that's what I think the real problem with this is. It's that it's all about just making more and more money, and there's no thought, no concern, no value placed on the consumer experience.
Darktide released, which is a full-price game with an abusively priced cash shop. Or you can grind for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to get some of the cheap things in that shop. And now
that's the thing, is like, I have people, they're like, man, I'm the same item level as you in Lost Ark. Oh, you're a whale. No, you're not. You're a loser. It's like, well, I only play 17 hours a day on 15 alts. It's like, oh, okay, well, you know, I guess... Yeah, I guess I'm an idiot then, huh? Is that right?
So why have games become like this? Simple, because games are businesses. Games have been businesses since arcades, since consoles allowed you to buy the game and have it in your own home. They have always wanted to make money. But up until now, the best way to make the most amount of money was to make the best game you possibly could, because people would buy it, and that was it. The transaction was finished. It was fair. The best way to make money on modern games is to make the best framework as a holder for these strategies. And companies have experimented with various methods to increase income over the years, from gacha loot boxes to pre-orders, console exclusives to battle passes, energy systems to just straight up selling power. And instead of
this is only so far. Keep this in mind. There will be a new idea. You know what I should do? I should try to come up with the next predatory idea in video gaming. Like, what's the next step? Yeah, I should really try to think, like, what is the next thing that we should do? Like, get a patent on it, sell the patent to Activision for, you know, like $70 million, and then develop my own game with the same system.
In game designers, they hired psychologists to build habits, to reinforce addictive behaviors, to design gameplay loops which encourage spending. The problem was, these techniques were never about the player having fun. They were about the user being monetized. And when a marketing executive pictures you playing a game, you aren't pictured smiling and laughing with friends. You're pictured opening your wallet and reaching for your credit card.
You're not pictured. You aren't pictured. A number is pictured.
That's their goal. And eventually, the Pandora's box of abusive monetization strategies was so full of proven, effective techniques that making a game is often no longer about the game, at least not for the people in charge of the money.
I think that battle passes at this point are always going to be 3-tier. You're going to have the battle pass, the poor people's battle pass, where like you work for 40 hours and you get like 7 bronze bars or something like that. And then if you go and you you buy like the normal premium battle pass, you get all of the cool pay to win stuff, like, you know, like 1,000 bronze bars or, you know, 1,000 gold bars for just playing for 30 minutes. And then if you buy the empowered ultimate wizard battle champion warlord chieftain of gaming battle pass, which is more money, then you get the cool cosmetics.
The game is now simply a life support system for as many of these systems as you can design into it. The game is a host, and the parasite of monetization has begun to take over. And the unfortunate reality is this:
it's like the guy at the beginning of Men in Black.
Works even with a breakout incredible success like Elden Ring, which won Game of the Year and sold over 18 million copies as of this video. At $60 a sale, that's over $1 billion in sales worldwide.
Still not as much as an anime waifu in Genshin Impact. As hard as they try, as hard as they work, not as much as a waifu in Genshin Impact. Holy fuck, isn't that sad?
That is still slightly shy of how much money Genshin Impact made this year. It is still shy of how much money FIFA Ultimate Team has made every year for the last 4 years. The reality is, when companies look at that pie chart of game development time and how they divide developer time or invested money, that big box of abusive monetization strategies, that Pandora's box of terribleness, is so effective, they would be hurting their own profit to not put at least some of the techniques in. The older designers simply didn't have the knowledge of this box, and even if they did, they didn't have the technology to act on it at the time.
Yeah, and I also, that's a very good point. If Nintendo could have done this in 1995 with the Super Nintendo, they would have. It's just that they couldn't do it then, that's all.
Modern design often puts the player into an awkward position where the game has spent more time focusing on the manipulative, abusive systems than it has on just being the best game it could be. So what is the exact choice which makes games feel wrong? Is it MapleStory's fault for adding Gachapon? Is it Oblivion's fault for the horse armor? Is it
No, it's the player's fault for buying them. That's whose fault it is, because they could have put all of this stuff in the game and people wouldn't have played it, and then the game would have died. You would have never seen another game like that. So ultimately, it's the player's fault.
Daughter's fault for the Battle Pass, FIFA's fault for the success of Ultimate Team. Is it Farmville's fault for mastering the addiction cycle? Or is it EA's fault for locking away Darth Vader? Unfortunately, it's kind of all of them. It's just the reality of games design today. You cannot close the lid on...
Well, I also think that to an extent, there is a certain level of personal accountability. There are people behind these purchases. People choose to spend this money in this way. And those people enable these practices and prevent us from having more games like Elden Ring.
Pandora's box. Designers can't unknow the effectiveness of these techniques, and every game made for the rest of time has to either use them or actively choose to avoid them. So the exact choice that makes a game go from being the best it can possibly be to anti-player or anti-consumer is when a designer or a marketing executive stops thinking about how they can make the best game they're capable of and starts throwing some sly glances toward the box in the corner. And when
I don't even think that it's the game designers. I think the people that are making these games, like, I'm not even kidding. I think that the people who are making a game like Diablo Immortal or Diablo 4 or Overwatch 2, I think these guys really try to make a good game. They do. But whenever you're given, let's see, a pile of shit, some candles that don't work, and a Roman candle, it's pretty hard to make a good tasting cake. That's the truth. So it's not even really their fault. It's just how things go.
And they say, hey, this technique may not fit our game perfectly, but it's proven to make a lot of money. Do you think we could put it in our game? That is the moment any specific game goes downhill from what it could be from a player's perspective. And the worst part is that big evil box and all its dark design knowledge is constantly being added to. And when you play a new game and spot the cash shop and the battle pass and the premium currency and the awkward pack size and the loot boxes and the exclusive levels, and when you just feel sad that the game didn't have to do that, that's when you know that the pie chart of design of this game had at least a small slice dedicated to that stupid box. A small slice focused on making the game a little bit anti-player in the name of a lot of profit.
And this is another really important thing whenever we talk about like games like, for example, Vampire Survivors or Elden Ring. It's one of the reasons why I do try to elevate those games and talk about how positive they are and play them more on stream. And a game like Valheim, we're going to play Valheim again pretty soon here. Like, you know, you want to give credibility to that, because the truth is that regardless of whether Genshin Impact made a bunch of money or not, or whether MapleStory made a bunch of money or not, Elden Ring is going to forever be known as a great game. Dark Souls 1 will be forever known as a great game. And Super Mario World will be forever known as a great game. These other games will never be remembered as that. I understand a lot of people might not care about that, but it's a good thing that at least some people out there do.
But personally, I also know it can be very cathartic to be angry at a thing instead of a concept. So let's all just collectively agree
it's Bobby's fault.
The stupid horse.
Yeah,
cheers for watching.
There it is.
Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon, Twitch, and YouTube who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and our Discord. And as always, have a great day.
Wow, 2022.
The biggest MMO scam ever. Ever.
The arrival of Kickstarter and the unfulfilled desire for exciting new MMOs combined with Unreal Engine's capability to make absolutely anything look beautiful was the perfect formula for the introduction of MMO scams into the world.
Absolutely.
Today we're going to talk about the 5 most interesting MMO scams to exist so far. We'll talk about how they came to be and perhaps most important.
Can you imagine if this guy put Ashes of Creation on the list? Oh my god, people would lose their fucking minds.
Where they are now, was it malice or ignorance that led to millions of dollars disappearing while having nothing to show for it? Which ones went to jail and which ones got away with it?
Probably
and
all
were we wrong about any of them? Let's find out. First up, Chronicles of Illyria. This was another fascinating one to follow, with a story that's going to start to sound very familiar as we go through this list. It all starts on Kickstarter, led by a man named Jeremy Walsh. Was it malice or ineptitude that caused this to play out the way that it did? Let me know down in the comments what you think. It all starts on September 18th, 2015. The first screenshot was shared on the company's Twitter feed. Remember what this looks like. It's going to be important because this...
Hand size? Who the fuck wants hand size? Foot size?
It's not what was delivered. Then, ironically, on April 1st, 2016, the first gameplay footage is shown in a video titled Meet the Team. Again, remember what this footage looks like.
Yeah, this is this footage is from Elder Scrolls 3, I think. It was Morrowind.
On May 3rd, 2016, Soulbound Studios announces its long-awaited Kickstarter campaign asking for just $900,000 and promising this. Aging, Dying, and Souls, an epic 10-year storyline invites you to experience your character over multiple lifetimes. With each life, you will develop your character and make your mark in the Chronicle.
Bro, that sounds
When your
morbid as
character
fuck.
eventually dies, their soul will be reincarnated stronger than
I
before.
don't want to do that.
And their
That's
spirit and
weird.
destiny will live on in another character of your making.
What
the
the
game being
fuck?
described was on a scale never before seen. It was going to have every system and feature that you've ever wanted all rolled into one
Yeah,
map.
I mean, that's just like the best idea, right? Because like, why have only some good systems? Let's just have every good system, and that way we'll just make everybody happy and it'll be perfect.
Massive MMORPG, or at least that's what they told us.
Of course.
And apparently it worked. Just 1 month later, on June 3rd, 2016, they hit their Kickstarter goal,
They
with
have.
4 people going as far as donating $10,000 each so that they would be considered royalty in the game. And
Oh man, like it's like we can call these people dumb, right? But like there's plenty of people that spend this kind of money on gacha games too, so it's like really not that big of a surprise. Like I think that's kind of just like normal. Established titles, yeah, but that wasn't as much money, to be fair.
At this point in 2016, Soulbound Studios claimed they would have the game in players' hands in just over 18 months. Not
In 18 months? Wasn't this like 4 years ago?
finished, but at least in a playable state. After raising $1 million on Kickstarter, Jeremy announced the game would continue to raise money on its own personal website.
That makes
and
sense.
raise money it did, to the tune of over $8 million. As the deadline for the game...
Bro, I need to make an MMO. I need to do this. This is such a good idea. Like, that's such a good idea. And then you just take everybody's money, and then you disappear. And you don't make the game. That's like the... Or maybe you could make the game, but it's really bad, and you actually spend like $1 million making the game, and you pocket the other $7 million.
Game approached in 2017, Jeremy announced that the game isn't going to meet the deadline he had promised due to their inability to attract talented developers.
Yeah.
The first sign that
I
things
wonder why.
really weren't going well. Fast forward to 2018, when everyone was originally expecting the game to be
Look
in a
at that
playable.
gameplay.
Fast forward to
Look at this.
2018, when everyone was originally expecting.
One more.
Fast forward to 2018, when everyone was originally expecting the game to be in a playable state, and it was not. In fact, no one had any proof that there was a playable game at all. No member of the public had played a single minute of it. Later in that year, November 2018, with over $6 million in funding secured, people were beginning to worry about the future of the game. They noticed it had been nearly 2 years since they saw.
Wow, look at that. Is this RuneScape 3? I never even saw the game. I've only watched OSRS. So I've never seen. So this is RuneScape 3. Holy fuck. Wow, it does look a little bit better, huh?
Any new footage of the game. Surely, with millions of dollars and years of work put into the game, there must be something impressive to show. Almost enough.
Well, they have the belt. Look, they literally have the guys. What the hell happened to the back of his head? What the hell is this?
Another year passes by, and on September 6, 2019, the first gameplay footage since 2017 is released. Remember when I
one
teased
second.
the first gameplay? Footage since 2017 is released. Remember when I told you to remember what the original gameplay footage would look like? This is what backers thought they were getting. No, it's what they were told they were getting. And this is what they got.
Oh my god.
To say that fans were disappointed would be an understatement of a lifetime. The game was now 2 years past its initial planned delivery date and 8 times over budget, and this was all they had to show for it. This was the result of 4 years of development.
Dude, imagine watching the Unreal 5 tech demo and then thinking, bro, I donated $10,000. I can't wait to have my own castle and have it look like this. And the game comes out. And then it's this.
and millions of dollars of backer
I'm a
money.
founder,
it's
guys.
here where most of the backers soured on the game, some going as far as to threaten legal action against Soulbound. On March 11th, 2020, the Settlers of Illyria event would...
They should have a cosmetic for the founders, and it's one of those hats with a propeller on it. It says royalty on it.
Take place as a free alpha event to allow participation in a 45-day test of the game.
Clown mask,
Of course, this pre-alpha test included massive microtransactions to allow players to spend hundreds or even pre-alpha test included massive microtransactions to allow players to spend hundreds or even thousands of dollars buying plots of land within this unfinished game.
There you go. Buying land in an unfinished game. You know, people used to do this. They would sell land in Florida, and they had to make a law against selling land on the moon because they kept doing this in real life, too. Like, most online scams were real-life scams until somebody made a law against it.
They wanted. Amazing. It was a disaster. Players were not happy. And now, with a much more realistic idea of what this game was going to be, the funding for the game stopped coming in. In an event that was only surprising to the backers with their heads 6 feet under the sand, on March 25th, 2020, Soulbound announced the studio would be shuttering. On April...
But to our great sadness, with the failure of Settlers of Elria and 5 long months of only limited crowdfunding revenue coming in, Soulbound Studios has officially run out of money. Last night, I was forced to do something that I never thought I would have to do. I closed the online store, put Settlers of Elria map back into read-only mode, and laid off all the employees. And after that, I booked my trip over to Cancun with my $8 million, and I'm on to the next stage of my life.
6, 2020, however, there was an about face due to the threat of legal consequences. An FAQ appeared on the COE website stating that the game would very much be released and that they did not mean to imply it was shutting down. This was likely for legal reasons, as they had promised to deliver a game in exchange for the money they'd collected. To simply state that the game wasn't coming without refunding any of the money could leave them vulnerable to some legal action.
That's true. So they have to technically make a game. Now, is the game going to be any good? No. But it will be a game. It could be Tetris or Minesweeper, but it is a game.
With angry backers undeterred by this promise, on August 17, 2020, a class action lawsuit was filed demanding that Soulbound refund the money for the game they failed to deliver.
Absolutely.
Soulbound would decline the demands to refund the backers, so on...
No refunds. No refunds, gentlemen.
February 3rd, 2021, the case was legally filed. Around the same time, Illyria was posting a couple of videos a month about the progress of the game, probably to appear as though they were still working on it. So where's the game now, 2 years after all of that? And how did the lawsuit end? Was justice served? Was the people's money returned? Was anyone held accountable for the complete mismanagement of the funds?
No.
Well, I wish I could say that the court laid the law down on this man in this practice of taking people's money without the realistic possibility of being able to deliver what was promised. I wish the court case had sent a signal to would-be Kickstarter scammers, but unfortunately the lawsuit was dismissed and Walsh escaped with everything except for his reputation. He's now...
Oh, he only has $8 million. Oh, bro, like,
working on a completely different game and a completely different engine known as Kingdoms of Illyria. My guess is this game has as much of a chance of turning into a polished finished product as Kingdoms of Illyria. He's now working on a completely different game and a completely different engine known as Kingdoms of Illyria.
I honestly think that you shouldn't be able to sue him the second time. You should have been able to sue him the first time. But like at a certain point, like how much due diligence does somebody have to do before they just decide to light their own game on fire, or light their own money on fire?
My guess is this game has as much of a chance of turning into a polished finished product as Chronicles of Illyria. Whatever you do, don't give Jeremy Walsh another dime of your money for a game that isn't yet complete, because it's probable he's selling you a bridge to nowhere. I'm not saying don't buy his game when it's finished. I'm just saying don't buy...
Well, I would assume that whenever it's finished, it's not really finished. They're just selling it. Yeah, so I mean, they're not, it's not the finished game, they're just selling the game now.
This game until it's finished, which is actually fantastic advice for any of the games on this list today. Next up, we have The Day Before. But first, a word from today's sponsor. Crasher Nirvana is an amazing martial arts fantasy MMORPG mobile game that was just released. In this game, you will play as a warrior and experience a vast open world with immersive graphics. There are
how does a mobile game have this, but the Chronicles of Elyria couldn't figure it out for the PC? How's that possible? Like, you guys ever think about this for like 3 seconds? Like, how is it possible we got a mobile game looks like this, but the PC games look like shit? Like, what happened?
7 classes and roles within the game, each with specific skills, weapons, and appearances. In the exploration of the vast open world, you can fight with monsters and bosses in different maps and scenes to acquire materials to learn martial arts, upgrade your weapons, and practice your successive attack skills. If you get bored with your first character, you're free to change your profession. Not only that,
looks better combat than Wulong.
You can also turn into a demon. A demonized player has a completely different appearance along with more powerful abilities. In the process of completing tasks, you will encounter a variety of NPCs and constantly delve into the character's storyline. The game also features a deep PvP and guild vs guild system where you can team up with friends to fight together and challenge yourself with more special side stories. The game
I love how like a lot of these mobile games just invent these numbers. Like, what's your power level? 136 million. Oh, so it's pretty low then. You know, most normal players are up to 1 billion now.
Also adds an intriguing social system that allows players who prefer interpersonal relationships to quickly make friends, find love, and get married to other players in-game. So be sure to check out this unique
that escalated quickly
within a gorgeous and mysterious setting. Log into the game now and get 200 consecutive draws for free. It's highly possible for you to get rare drops, pets, and skins, so download it now using the link in the description below and use my code GIFT2023 for epic rewards. Thank you for listening, and now let's get back to the video. This is the most recent possible scam to be added to this list, and I say possible scam because it's not really confirmed yet.
I do not think that I have seen sufficient evidence that The Day Before is a scam. I actually don't think so.
This story starts in January of 2021 when a developer known as Fantastic dropped the trailer for their upcoming title, The Day Before. It was announced as an open-world survival MMO set in a deadly post-pandemic America that has been overrun by flesh-hungry infected. It caught massive attention. The public was incredibly excited for this idea.
Oh yeah,
so they announced that on March 31st, 2021, they would...
People have always wanted a survival shooter, like MMO FPS game. And people have wanted this ever since like the 2000s. And there were a couple of attempts at it. Like right now we have Destiny. I think that's probably the biggest game like that. But besides that, you've also got fucking, what's that other game? Planet Side 2. Yeah, there it is. The Division, yeah, a few more. But, like, nothing has, like, really hit. Holy shit. Oh, yo, what's up, boys? Thank you, Shy Lily, for the raid. Thank you very much. Oh, my God. Wow. Thank you, guys. We're watching a video about games that are fucking scams. Or at least they might be scams.
Show everyone some gameplay footage. The day before it was set to air on March 30th, they ended up delaying the trailer a week due to technical problems. The new airing date would be a week later, April 6th, 9 a.m. And so, on April 6th, everyone tuned in and were met with a starting soon screen. They would watch this screen for over 9 hours until the stream was finally shut down. So on April 6th, everyone tuned in and were met with a starting soon screen. They would watch this screen for over 9 hours until the stream was finally shut down.
Bro, that reminds me of that girl. Oh my fucking God, that girl, Taylor, fucking, she has like a French last name or something like that, and she would just stand off the camera. Oh, rockin', yes.
April 9th, 2021, 13 minutes of gameplay was finally revealed. The 13 minutes of gameplay looked great as far as everyone could tell. It would look so great that the game would become the most wishlisted game on Steam, over top of games from AAA studios like Spider-Man, Stalker 2, and even Bethesda's Starfield. This caught people's attention. Fantastic accomplished this without having a great track record to stand on. Looking back at their history, they sold early access to their game called Wild 8 and then almost immediately abandoned it.
Ooh, not good.
They moved on to a game called Dead Dozen, which had even more problems. It went into early access and shut down completely 3 months later.
This one's gonna be different.
Things kept getting weirder though.
Yeah, this one will
the
be different.
trailer looked too good to be true, literally. Developers would even react to the video, stating that at the very least this looked like a vertical slice of the game that they had just created for the purposes of marketing it.
Is this in game?
I remember the character in the cinematic. We watched the video, and the girl was wearing like really tight pants, and she had a big ass, and nobody was even paying attention to the gameplay at all. Like it was like a 17-minute video. And people were like, yeah, I don't know about this game. I don't know. Maybe if they release gameplay for it, I'll have to watch it. And it's like, you just watched a 17-minute video of gameplay. We're like, no, I didn't.
Day before.
It is.
Oh my.
I'm getting very The Division vibes from this.
Wow, the shadows are incredible. The lighting is just excellent.
Told you,
Look at
show
this.
reflections.
Oh man.
In an MMO though, I'm skeptical.
How can they do that? I'm getting a feeling this has all been rendered. This is not.
I think it's more of a vertical slice on first impression.
Yeah.
A vertical slice, if you don't know, is this doesn't mean that the whole game is done and it looks like this. This is probably a section that they popped out, and we're able to develop and carve out and make certain things look final when they're not. That's what happened with Watch Dogs. That's what happened with Cyberpunk. You know what?
So it's kind of like whenever you take a picture, or like you clean up your room, and then you throw all of the stuff behind the door and hope your mom doesn't close the door and see what's behind the door. Yeah.
Out of it, so we're Here's the thing, and this is why I think it's pre-baked.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be another player.
Right.
Can we go back? See the way they come in? It looks like it's an animated character that's not another player, but that means that those can't actually be other players.
It could be. It could very well be they have their own, AI players. They
To
could
move
be.
like that, they would
It
have to be AI, because if it
Right.
was a real player, the animation wouldn't
Well, I don't
be that
Wouldn't be
smooth.
that
When
smooth.
you actually play a game, you're kind of jittery.
This by its
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't find that to be very strong evidence, though. I think that the other examples, and just like kind of like a logic example, yeah, number one, not necessarily. Number two, it could be another player, but they're moving in that specific way, so it looks good for the video. Number three, it could be an AI-generated, like fucking like NPC, which I also think is fine. Like, there are many other examples where I think this was not really that big of a deal.
itself wasn't totally unheard of, but with this studio's history in mind, it starts to cast doubt on the viability of the game being delivered as promised. Things would continue to get weirder when Fantastic used a bait and switch tactic on their fans, pretending a big new announcement was coming for the day before. And then when the announcement arrived, it was actually for a completely different game? Essentially using their cloud-made game for the hype around the day before to advertise and launch another game they were working on, called Prop Night. People weren't happy about it at all, but it was somewhat smoothed over when the studio also provided a launch date of June 21.
To be fair, their recent reviews are mostly positive.
2022. At that time, that meant the game was just over 8 months away, so people were pretty excited. Fast forward to May 3rd, a little over a month before the game's scheduled launch date, Fantastic posted an announcement letting the community know that they would be giving a big update about the game that week. And what was the big update they hyped up? The big update they got that week was that they were delaying the launch of the game another 9 months, into March of 20...
Oh, March? The release date of the game will be March 1st, 2023. Wait. Did we miss it? Oh my, how did we miss this? Oh, fuck, guys. We missed the launch. Fuck.
2023. The reason for the delay? Well, there was such massive interest in the game that they wanted to spend more time making sure they got it right. Honestly, for a studio that had never seen this kind of interest, to look at its project landing at the top of the Steam wishlist and decide, hey, we better spend the time to get this right. Well, it isn't all that surprising.
that's
Among
smart.
the changes that would be made.
If I were them, I would do the same thing. Because if this game comes out and it's a bad game. That's it, period, for forever, that it's done. Like Cyberpunk, like BFA, like mini games. Like, yeah, if it comes out, it's bad, it's bad.
they would be switching the game over from UE4 to UE5. This also isn't surprising, as we've seen multiple studios make the same move around the same time. So far, we have a lot of red flags that could be genuine mistakes or intentional deception, but there wasn't anything you could point at and say, these guys are definitely acting in bad faith. That was until they later posted a video asking for people to work on their game for free as volunteers. Naturally, alarm bells were really sounding.
I mean, as a Twitch streamer, this is kind of like normal.
Now, it was weird that the studio was promising to deliver a game far, far beyond anything they'd ever created before. A game massive AAA studios are afraid to attempt because of the budget it demands. But people were willing to give them the benefit of the doubt until they had a reason not to. And for a lot of people, this was that reason. How are you going to make a game that by its very nature required a AAA budget, all while using...
Well, you just make all the people that were working for it work for free. It's actually kind of an ingenious solution. Because so you have this problem where it's like, oh, fuck. Like, we have to pay all these people. Well, what are we going to do? And somebody smart in the office is like, what if we just don't pay them? What if we just tell them that we're not going to pay them and that's it? And they're like, do you think that's going to work? Apparently.
Paid volunteers. What kind of quality would that provide? And what kind of a studio do you have to be to even be willing to publicly ask for such things? If things weren't bizarre enough...
I don't know. I can commend somebody for just being that ballsy.
On January 4th, 2023, Fantastic released another video on their YouTube that was a poorly hidden ad for another product they were developing.
Ooh,
some kind of office app.
see.
The whole thing was pretending to be talking about the studio and its development of the day before, but actually it just felt like you were watching a really weird ad for some product. And that's because you were. They had now used their attention that they garnered for the day before to launch 2 other projects that were not the day before. And they had also tried to get people to work on their game for free.
Yep.
While also delaying the release date of the game twice. The longer the story goes on, the more the red flags pile up. And people noticed. They ended up having to turn off the comments and likes and dislikes on videos to hide the ire of the community. On the bright side, the game was going to be launching in just 3 months.
Yeah,
so Fantastic's chance to vindicate themselves was fast approaching. That is, until it wasn't. On January 24th, 2023, the most wishlisted game on Steam was removed from Steam. In another twist, Fantastic would go on to say that it was a bug that caused it to be removed from the Steam store. But then Fantastic would later that same day post a separate post that contradicted that, saying 5 days earlier they found out that someone owned the rights to the name the day before. Unfortunately for Fantastic, this also was a proof of a lie, as there was evidence that they had received word their trademark for the name had been rejected months prior. 2 different posts with 2 different lies in the same day from these guys didn't do a lot to maintain and restore the faith of the people excited for the day before. With the game not even out yet, all of the red flags, and now a trail of lies leaking out of the studio, things were getting weirder than ever. People were beginning to worry if this was even a real game at all. The only trailer they'd seen seemed to have been at best a vertical slice of the game, or at worst entirely pre-rendered. But that was all going to be a problem of the past though, as Fantastic was due to show their gameplay trailer featuring real gameplay this time.
That's true, yeah, so like they're gonna fix it so it's not really a big deal. Like all the haters are just gonna get owned, and they're just gonna set the record straight and put them all to sleep.
At the last second, they canceled, stating that they needed to talk to their lawyers about their name being taken before releasing the trailer.
All right, never mind.
The bad news
Never
didn't
mind,
stop
guys.
there. The trailer wasn't the only thing to be delayed. The game's launch was also going to be delayed again for another 6 months to November of 2023. The internet was now crying scam. Everyone was beginning to think this game didn't exist. In response, Fantastic would turn around shortly thereafter and drop the game.
And they would say that it's not a in fact, guys, I know that there have been some of you out there who think that our game is a scam. It is in fact not a scam. There's no need to worry. I know some people might think that it is a scam. It's not a scam. Okay, yeah. Yeah, never mind.
gameplay trailer for the game. As expected, it didn't look nearly as good as the highly touched up trailer that came before it.
Yeah.
And to be honest, the fact that it looked worse now wasn't surprising and isn't all that uncommon in the industry. They tend to show very early on a concept of what they are aiming to make that ends up being far more attractive than what they're actually able to deliver on down the road. We've seen a lot of AAA studios make this mistake in the past and then get rightfully called out on it by their communities afterwards.
That looks pretty
good.
good.
What was odd about this trailer was that the 10 minutes or so of gameplay showed a massive world that felt far from finished. It was devoid of action, a lot of walking, and not a lot going on, particularly for a game that was originally supposed to release a year ago. On top of that, viewers would also immediately notice that many of the assets in the game were purchased straight off of the Unreal Engine shop and set into the game nearly untouched. And then finally, to make things even weirder, the trailer even had sections that were an exact copy of other game trailers. In fact, it wasn't just trailers that were copies of other games. Even the game's logo was a copy of another game's logo. And so was its parts.
I mean, the thing is, well, you take everything that people have already done because you know that works. I mean, you know it works. And so you might as well just keep doing it.
May still launch, but we would have to be ignoring an absolute ton of red flags to say with any level of confidence that the launch will go well. If it does end up being a scam, it will have been an impressive one, as it will be the first scam MMO to have achieved the status of most wishlisted game on Steam. I hope they prove—
I don't think it's a scam. I actually do not think that the day before is a scam. The reason why I don't think that it's a scam is because they're not asking for money. Like, who are they scamming? They're scamming the publisher. The publisher for this game is a literal, like, multi-hundreds of millions of dollars company that has gone on record and said that they have reviewed the game and it's actually a game and it's actually happening. So unless you think that you, as a Redditor, YouTube commenter, YouTube viewer, have a better insight into this than the fucking multi-$100+ million company that is producing this game. Come on. Maybe they're just fucking dumb. Scamming my time by watching a 10-minute trailer? Yeah, I just don't think it's a scam. It's not a scam, it's a shit game? Yes, I think so. Multi-$100 company. Yeah, sorry, I was for a second there I thought I was talking about Blizzard. It could just be a marketing scheme. I doubt that a massive publisher like the one that's publishing this game, I forgot the name, would want to attach themselves to something that's as problematic as this. There's no reason to. And also the publisher is mainly a mobile game publisher, which means that like reputation doesn't matter as much, but it still does matter because you have to have people that buy into the gotcha of like the next game. Phase drama? Oh, is there phase drama? I don't know.
All of the doubters wrong, but as of right now, history would suggest this game will be sold in early access before dropping in a state that is completely unfit for release, ultimately being abandoned by the developer yet again. Where is the game today? 2 launch delays later and 6 months before its newest scheduled release date.
2 launch delays so far. Okay. Keep that in mind.
Well, on February 16th, 2023, the developer released a devlog where they talked about the journey of the game so far. The website is still up, but if you click add to wishlist, it just takes you to the front page of Steam because you can't actually add it to your wishlist because the game doesn't exist on Steam anymore. This game hasn't stolen anyone's money yet, so it's not a scam yet, but the developers have been caught lying. They've been caught copying other developers' work. They've promised the moon, and they have a history of selling unfinished games and then walking away from them. Hopefully Fantastic keeps delaying their game until it's finished, but I wouldn't spend any money on this one until it's proven to be a finished, playable product. There's just way too many red flags at this point.
If you want to be kept up to date on how this all unfolds, be sure to subscribe and hit that bell notification button.
I don't know why I got
and maybe
taken
even
off
like
Steam.
the video and leave a comment if you're enjoying it for the algorithm gods. Next up, Dream World.
A game just...
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we go.
Described as being the infinite open world MMO where you could sculpt the world and create anything you wanted with a massive catalog of objects in one single world with millions of other players. You could explore thousands of unique biomes and fight and tame Dreamworld's incredible creatures. This game claimed it would be the last game you ever played. This should have been the first red flag because the slogan doesn't even make sense. The Dreamworld Kickstarter led by Zachary Kaplan and Garrus.
This guy apparently just had like rich parents and they just pretty much paid for everything, and so things kind of worked itself out.
And Bellic made a lot of promises that were more or less impossible to fulfill. But who are they? What is Zachary Kaplan's history that allows him to believe he is capable of taking these people's money and delivering on his massive promise? Well, he opened a crowdfund for a speaker you wear on your chest back in 2015 because he claims he was hit by a car not once but twice while running with his earphones in. This man does...
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, no, I could see. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Doesn't need a speaker on his chest. He needs to stop running in the freeway. Eventually, he stopped that crowdfund and promised all of his backers they would be able to purchase these speakers in just a few short months. That was in 2015, and here we are 8 years later, and the website is still up with the product still listed.
Oh, it says coming soon. Oh, I see. So it'll be soon then. Okay. Wait, it's $150? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking insane?
As coming soon. After that, he started a clothing brand, and it doesn't seem that panned out for him either. And neither of these projects are particularly cool.
Oh, wow, because it's like, that's a tiger, you know what I mean? That's cool, because it's like a fucking, like a tiger and shit.
Ideas. I won't fault anyone for trying to be an inventor or an entrepreneur. By themselves, these ideas are completely fine.
No, but they're not, though, because it didn't work out. It didn't work. So, like, if you have somebody that takes 2 L's, and it's like, you know, I got another one in me, I don't want to back that. This guy fucks up. Hey, you know what fuck-ups do? They fuck up. That's what happens. This guy's a fuck-up. He got hit by a car twice. For the same reason.
Arises when, with those 2 failed projects behind him, he decided he would then use everything he learned about creating wearable speakers and t-shirts and applied that incredibly relevant knowledge to creating a massively multiplayer online game. Zachary Kaplan and his partner Garrison Bellic would create a Kickstarter and start hyping up their new game and the fact that it would be able to have millions of people play together and modify the entire world at will to their heart's content. Fortunately, they didn't mislead backers by saying that they had come up with the solution to all of the problems that prevented this technology from existing already. Because
I see, yeah. So they've solved the problem that all of these big game studios could never solve. As you can see here.
Because that would have been lying to their investors.
The largest digital world that exists today can only have thousands of them. Then we came up with a solution that allows us to have millions.
What is it?
Okay, well, that's not a good sign, is it? Naturally, all of this took place where many of these stories take place, Kickstarter. While other MMOs with $400 million budgets were struggling to achieve a fraction of what Dreamworld was promising, these two were going to do it all with a Kickstarter campaign for $10,000. That's right, $10,000 and 2 people to develop something multi-million-dollar AAA.
Yeah, these guys are they're just gonna borrow, like, they're just gonna whip something up and just make the best game you'll ever play, you know? Just get it done.
Studios have been accomplished with hundreds of developers at their disposal. What could go wrong? In what I can only describe as the result of people pulling out their wallets while temporarily detached from their brains, this Kickstarter would somehow hit its goal. And then some, earning a total of $64,000.
Why are they using fake money? I've never seen a 20 or a 5 that looks like that. I thought Abraham Lincoln's supposed to be on that. What the hell are they using fake money for?
$1,706. Despite the fact that it looked like every ounce of footage for this game was nothing more than random assets from the Unreal Engine store. Like every ounce of footage for this game was nothing more than random assets from the Unreal. The fact that it looked like every ounce of footage for this game was nothing more than random assets from the Unreal Engine store slapped into the game with no rhyme or reason. It looked like that because that's exactly what it was. This Callum upped improved on his YouTube channel by showing each asset pack in the store. Even the main protagonist featured in all of the shots is the default mannequin from the Unreal Engine. The red flags were everywhere, but somehow that didn't stop 4 people from donating nearly $2,000 to the...
Wait, so the main character was just like a fucking placeholder?
Game. Once you have backed the game, you were promised access to the pre-alpha. However, the fine print stipulated that you wouldn't actually receive access to the pre-alpha until you also forced 2 of your friends to back the project as well.
Oh, that's smart. You know, they do this with a lot of those these schemes where it's like you can't just get addicted, you have to get your friends addicted to it. It's like, yeah, we've seen this, right? It's like whether you're selling juice, knives, stuff like that, yeah.
It's things like this that start to push this entire Kickstarter farther away from ignorance and closer to malice. As soon as the Kickstarter closed and they had all of their money, they went to work on the game, right? Well, no. They immediately went on vacation, causing everyone to wonder if they'd run with the money. It would eventually come back, however.
I do have to give it to them. The Dreamworld guys, they did release a game. And you've got to have some big fucking balls to release what they did. You gotta have a massive dick to say, this is our game. You can play it on Windows 95.
And resume work on the game. They started a Discord server that used 14 to 16-year-olds as moderators.
A full-time job was promised to 14-year-old mod Jack, who left the community.
So they wouldn't have to pay anyone. Like many of the stories on this list, this is one that just kept on giving. Even Zachary's ex-girlfriend chimed in on the whole situation to explain that the 9 years of game development experience Zachary claimed he had was actually nothing more than him writing ideas down on paper, at best. Garrison's claims,
oh guys, I have more than that. I have like probably 20 years of game development experience then. Yeah, I got like at least 20, like minimum, probably more than that.
Of being a former employee at Google were also a bit misleading, as it turns out he
used Google. He searched for things before on Google. So I mean, he basically works there, right?
Was nothing more than an intern for a few months. She also explains that she broke up with Zach for a number of reasons, one of which being that when she went to get her wedding ring refitted so that she could actually wear it, the jeweler explained that it was so fake that it would break in half if they tried.
Oh my god. He gave her a fake wedding ring. Wow. This guy got hit by a car 2 times for the same reason.
I'm not at all materialistic, and I don't care about the size or the quality of...
Oh, no. The thing is, like, I don't think it matters. Like, I don't care. I bet if this guy had given her a ring pop ring, she would have probably responded better to him giving her a diamond ring, saying it's a diamond ring, and then it's not true. It's the fact that it's deceptive is the problem.
A wedding ring, I'd argue it's the least important aspect of any marriage. But buying your fiance a ring so fake it can't be resized and then gaslighting her for asking about it shows severe lack of communication and maturity. But this was some pretty damning information. We basically confirmed that both of these guys greatly misled their investors where it pertained to their previous experience in this type of a project. Fortunately for them, they would have a chance to prove all of their doubters wrong. As with all things like this, eventually the product would be delivered.
That's right.
Or not. On May 20th of 2021, we'd finally get to see Dreamworld in all of its glory. The moment everyone had been waiting for. Content creator Skiasso posted a video of himself.
Bro, you remember this guy? And he was so excited and happy about this game. He was like, bro, I know there have been haters, but I think it's really going to come through. It's going to happen. This guy had like 100 subscribers. And like, he's just going through the alpha for the game, and he's like, it's like, guys, it might, maybe one day it'll be good.
Playing the alpha.
And by the way, like, huge W's for him, because he actually came out and says, I was wrong. It is bad. I was swindled. and it can happen to you.
Let's just say, it was somehow worse than anyone expected. This footage was pure nightmare fuel. It looked like something that someone's toddler could have made in about 5 minutes of spamming random assets into an open world in the Unreal Engine. It was unforgivably bad. Probably because that's exactly what Zachary did. In fact, I'm positive someone could have made something far more attractive given just 5 minutes in the Unreal Engine.
Yeah, probably.
Leaving everyone wondering, where did the money go and what was the time spent on?
Well, did you see the picture of the vacation? Okay. Well.
But hey, maybe the game just needed more time. It was an ambitious project after all. Well, that major reveal was 2 years ago. So where's the game now? Nearly 2 years after becoming quote-unquote playable. To their credit, they did continue to try and at least give the impression that they were trying to improve the game for some time, posting weekly updates on their website and on YouTube. However, those updates mysteriously stopped a little over 2 months ago.
I think like all of the YouTube reviewers should get together in like some fucking Illuminati thing and just try to hype up a game that's this bad and have everybody collectively talk about how great it is. And like fucking make all the viewers feel like they're in some kind of fucking like Twilight Zone fever dream where everybody's talking about how fucking lit this game is and every content creator is like, bro, this is gonna change the world.
For all their work, their YouTube channel
just see
in
what
its 2
happens.
years of existence has managed to gather about 500 subscribers. So what is the future of Dreamworld?
That's
I
a
don't
lot,
think there is
500.
one. These guys set out to make an ambitious game and failed. That
Yeah.
in itself would have been acceptable if it weren't for the fact that they misled people, claiming they had years of experience in an industry that they didn't in an effort to get their money, claiming that they had a solution
What
to
an
a problem
idiot.
that prevented games like this from existing in the first place when they didn't. Which begs the question, at which point do we call these things a con? At what point do they slide past ineptitude and into malicious intent?
I think it's very obvious what the difference is. So if you are misleading people knowingly, like for example, saying that you worked at Google or saying that you have 9 years of game design experience, I think that is very clearly misleading people. And also to an extent, I think that gross negligence and gross mismanagement is the same as misleading people, and it should be treated the same. Because if you take people's money, at a certain point, it doesn't matter why it didn't work out, you still lost their money.
Let me know down in the comments below. These guys
And
are
you did it
$65,000 richer, and all it cost them was their entire reputation. Zachary Kaplan and Garrison Bellick left quite a trail of evidence on the internet at this point, telling the world exactly what type of people they
Just make a new name. Just invent a new name.
are. Thanks to YouTubers like Callum Upton and Kira TV, it's been incredibly well documented, and I think it's safe to say no one in their right mind would work with these guys or give them money in the future.
We'll see about that.
Next up, we have Identity. Identity is another game put on Kickstarter way back in 2015 that promised the moon. It was going to deliver not just any MMO experience, but the MMO experience, where you could do literally anything in a game full of other people doing literally anything they want. The world and its economy would be determined by the players playing the game. What did they need from the public? Just $150,000 to deliver an experience that AAA studios would spend hundreds of millions on. But this was 2015, before we'd seen a ton of scam Kickstarter projects materialize and fail to deliver. People's guards were down, and so they managed to collect 10 times their goal with over $1.5 million earned. How did they do this? Well, a handful of assets purchased from the Unreal Engine shop and placed into a world of course. We are
Leave your mark. Gain fame through your expressions. Wow. Gaming really is something nowadays, isn't it?
starting to see a trend here, aren't we? Pledgers were even able to spend $5,000 for packages that would allow them to go into the office and game with the development team. Except there wasn't one. There was no option.
Passport stamp a unique backer hat, closed beta access, plus $15,000 of in-game cash, plus used motorcycle, plus sports car, plus semi-truck, plus penthouse apartment, plus a 5-car garage, closet stacked with a dozen random outfits, plus 60-minute video conference with John and the development team, plus design your own unique in-game t-shirt, plus invitation to visit the office and spend half the day gaming with the team.
And there was no development team, just 2 friends. The studio was only just created immediately prior to this Kickstarter by John Vandersway. One of the consistent problems with all of these scams is the lies. Every development studio on this list has a habit of lying. These lies were a large part of why people were willing to give their money to these projects in the first place.
Yeah, of course.
It is these lies that should absolutely come back to haunt them in court, but for some reason never do. In the case of John Vandersway, his lie was that he had invested lots of his own money in the game and that he just needed the last...
Well, it was a lot of his money because he had $100 and he invested like $50, so that's like half of his total net worth into this game. That's a lot of money. I said, yeah, $50, it's a lot of fucking money, man. He had $100, now he's only got 50 left. He spent half his money on this shit.
$150,000 to get it over the finish line. He even went as far as saying, should we meet our goal here in Kickstarter, we'll have everything we need to ensure that identity gets completed. As mentioned, the game received 10 times what he asked for. John received $1.5 million. So according to him, this was now a slam dunk. He needed $150,000 but received $1.5 million. The estimated delivery of this game, according to the Kickstarter page, December of 2016. The Kickstarter closed and they began accepting additional funding on their own personal website. It wasn't until 2016, the year the game was due to release, that people started becoming suspicious of the product.
You gotta remember, like 2015-16, this was in the dark ages of MMOs, where there were no good MMOs that had come out. Final Fantasy was still garbage. Warlords of Draenor was in full swing. Like every other MMO was dead, bad, or garbage. So like people were throwing their money at anything.
Project. Noticing that outside of the initial video of some pre-made assets placed into Unreal Engine, the only thing the developers had produced for the public were some sketches and some conversations. Yet another thing this game has in common with the rest of the games on this list. With the beta supposedly just months away, the developers still had zero footage of the game to show to the backers. Heck, they couldn't even manage to share a screenshot. The developers explained that they were simply too busy to communicate with the public due to the fact that they were hard at work on the game. So they were claiming they didn't have time to do this.
Simply hitting the print screen button here will do the trick. The image is now on your clipboard, ready to paste into Paint or other imaging programs.
Yeah, but like, I mean, then they have to use it on another program and then name it and then put it on the website, and you have to talk to the website developer, and then you have to upload the website, and then you have the resolution of the picture, and like, what if the resolution is wrong? And so like, you put all these things together, and it's like, there's just no way we can get this out in time. Like, there's no way.
Yeah, that makes total sense. It's at this point that the people with a brain started to realize something was wrong, while the zealots without a brain attacked them for questioning their developers. This is the stage we see all too often in these publicly funded game development cycles. The first people to talk critically about the game and question how realistic its plans are crucified by those who have chosen to
Remember, this is what happened to me with New World, is I spoke out, and they hated me for it.
Believe in their new higher power without questioning it. A couple of months before the beta due date, they announced that something playable would be available in 2017. This was a delay, but not a massive one. They followed this announcement up with an actual video of gameplay, much to everyone's surprise.
Amazing.
The video received hundreds of thousands of views and was mostly well received by the audience. But now, with 2017 coming and going, despite the promise of a playable beta releasing that year, an announcement would come on November 3rd, 2017, stating that something playable would be released on March 21st, 2018. It wouldn't be the whole game, but rather just a small module, not the entire world that you could do anything you wanted, anywhere you wanted, but instead one small town square.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you're not really going to get the thing that you were paying for, but like, you will get something.
At this point, Asylum had raised over $800,000, over 5 times what it asked for. It was also behind schedule and proposing to deliver a small fraction of the game that was promised. But at least it was something tangible.
Oh, that's smart for them to put Lyric on the screen, since like Lyric plays a lot of games like this. So it's like, hopefully they're trying to bait his audience into watching it or to get him to look at it. That's smart.
players would finally be able to boot up and play. On February 12th, 2018, they finally released a trailer with actual gameplay footage. Although this footage was incredibly underwhelming. As much as backers wanted to see this gameplay, they were ultimately disappointed with what they got. This game still looked like little more than some basic assets slapped into the Unreal Engine, something we're growing all too familiar with now. Backers had one thing to keep their hopes up: the playable beta was only weeks away.
Yeah.
That is until Asylum delayed it again, but this time only by a month. Given players had waited,
I'm starting to see a trend here.
This long, 1 extra month was not a big deal.
Yeah, true.
Then, days before the launch, they delayed it again, this time indefinitely. And why not? They had at this point made over $1 million by delivering absolutely nothing. Players still knew next to nothing about the game, something that seems to be quite key to getting thousands of people to part with millions of dollars. Tell them you're creating something amazing while also telling them nothing at all, and watch how easily...
Well, exactly, because the less that you tell people, the more that you can get out of them. Because everything in their mind is always going to be better than what the reality is.
The fool and his money are separated. On November 30th, 2018, the game would finally be playable on Steam, or at least the Town Square module, which is just a name for a handful of buildings slapped together around a few streets that players could walk around.
Wait, where's he going?
Players could no longer imagine what the game would be. Instead, they had to face what it actually was: an unplayable, unsalvageable mess. And so, with the illusion shattered, players would stop sending funding to the game. The game instantly received a mostly negative review on Steam, the worst that you could get. So where is Asylum Entertainment and its MMO 5 years later? Almost none of the bugs or problems that existed at launch have been fixed, but it gets better. It seems John Vanderswet, emboldened by successfully scamming his backers, couldn't help himself. In 2020, he would go on to explain that the studio needed more money to finish Identity.
That's smart.
The game that had basically seen no progress in almost 2 years since its release. He explained that another developer had asked...
Well, because if you can get money for them once, at that point, the thing is, it's easier to get money from people multiple times because then they're invested into it, you know?
To be the publisher of their mobile game. Now, you might be wondering, why would any developer in their right mind go to this man to publish their game, given his 100% track record of failure in delivering games as a studio? Well, what he did not tell everyone is that the developer that approached him to publish their game was him. Yeah, he created a second studio to develop a mobile game while he was supposedly working on Identity. And
that's smart. This guy, let him cook. Smart
he
guy.
needed us to give him more money to fund this new game so that Identity would have the money it needed to finish. He even created a
This is like, bro, can I borrow $5? No, I'll pay you back the $10 from last week tomorrow. But yeah, could I get $5 today? Because it's like, because then I gotta have like a fucking, like my money's tied up right now, but like tomorrow I'm gonna get paid, and like then I'll get you this $5. You know what? I just get you 20 back, all right? So like if I can just get $5.
Kickstarter campaign
Yo,
for the
King,
new
I'm
mobile
begging
game called Furballs. This is perhaps the most infuriating part of people getting away with this. They dive right into it again. He claimed that none of the money from Identity went into the new mobile game, and that he only worked on it on his free time while he wasn't working on Identity. Two things that are all but certainly a lie. Fortunately, this time the Kickstarter campaign would be a complete failure. People were not as easily fooled by John, given the reputation that he had now rightfully earned for himself.
He should have just done it under a fake name. Why would he do it under the same name? That was stupid. He should have just invented a new person. Like, just have an AI create a new character, a new human being, and then just use that person and be like, that's me now. I'm now Bill. And Bill is just a lifelong MMORPG fan. He loves video games. He grew up playing Pac-Man, and now he's trying to make one of his own. He's got 15 years in the space, in the industry. He worked for Microsoft and, like, you know, Photoshop him next to Bill Gates and just fucking make an entirely new person.
Gira TV did some great research on John after the fact and discovered that he had consistently moved into a more expensive home, despite John claiming that he lost money on the venture and had no other form of employment. One could theorize that a substantial amount of the money that was due to be invested into Identity actually was just used to buy John a nicer house. If that's the case, would anyone be surprised? Recently, Asylum put up a post a few months back at the end of 2022, reaffirming that the game is still the studio's main priority, though they are also working on other
It's been a long time, far too long, since I gave you an update on Identity and its progress. When are we going to see a new update? That's a difficult one to answer, but I do hope fairly soon.
Projects now. Tragically, the game itself is still available on Steam for $30, though with the reviews,
we hit a bit of a vicious circle here, where in order to improve funding and development, we need to give you some awesome updates to build trust, but at the same time, we had to feed our families, and we couldn't do that without the funding. So we decided that we could start some smaller projects in-house to raise money for Identity, and that's actually gone quite well. Yeah, it's gonna be fine, guys.
That it's garnered, I doubt anyone is falling for it. After 8 years and $1.6 million raised, all John was able to produce was a few assets slapped into Unreal Engine in a completely unplayable state. Whether it was malicious intent or complete ignorance, I would never invest in John Vanderswit ever again. He's proven that he's willing to embellish on his experience as a developer and fail to reach unrealistic goals.
I've always said this, I'll say it again. If you're doing something and you can't make sure that you can enforce the contract, you need, like, the moment that anything, even the smallest detail is off. If they say to meet you at McDonald's and they're on the other Taco Bell, nope, I gotta go home, I gotta go. If you're buying it for $450 and they give you $440, nope. No, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go, yeah, that's it, I'm done. Because anything, fucking anything like that, if a person is operating in good faith, they're not going to lie to you at all.
While moving into a nice house and attempting to cash in on a mobile game that he developed while supposedly working on a game that people gave him $1.5 million to develop.
They're never getting that.
John Vanderswit has a new house, but he lost his reputation, proven by the fact that his second Kickstarter earned him a whopping $430. Next up, we have Day of Dragons. Day of Dragons was supposed to essentially be a survival game where you played as a dragon. You spawn.
That sounds fucking stupid. What dumbass thought of this?
And then as an egg, then you have to navigate the typical survival.
Oh, you spawn in as an egg. Yeah, I know where this is going, guys.
Survival game elements like hunger, thirst, and predators, with the twist being that you were actually a dragon instead of a person. This is simple enough, and unlike many of the games on this list, sounds like an actually achievable goal. The Kickstarter started on September 2nd of 2019 and promised to deliver the game just 2 months later.
Oh, that's easy.
Okay, well that part sounds a lot less achievable. It set an initial goal of $12,000, but by the end of the campaign, it had...
Bro, like that scaly and furry culture, there's nobody that has more money than them. Like, I'm telling you, bro, like they drop a rack or two on a fursuit, and I hear from other people that those things get dirty.
Made over $500,000. Once again, the demo that sold the entire game is just another asset flip demo, meaning that the supposed developer of the game simply purchased these assets on the Unreal Engine store, threw them into the game, and gave the impression that this is the type of work that they were able of producing. The Kickstarter claimed that this game had been in development for 2 years, but the developer Jo himself was a ghost. No one could find him on the internet, or any proof of him having any experience in the industry. Though that didn't stop Jo from making over $500,000 from this Kickstarter campaign. Jo would even go on to post pictures of work that wasn't even his own as examples of progress being made on the game. Essentially,
that's smart, you know, that way, because like you can show the work, but you don't have to do it. So it's like a win-win situation. Like, number one, people are happy. Number two, you don't have to do anything. So it's like this is an obvious decision.
Lying about what was being done to the game. Seeing the success of his Kickstarter campaign, Jo greedily rushed to add more tiers of funding to the Kickstarter campaign, such as extra Dragon DLCs that founders would have to purchase to enjoy. This wasn't all, though. He even intended to sell merchandise for the game he hadn't built yet. Everything he was doing and saying was 100% focused on extracting money from the people that supported his game. When accused of simply using focus on it,
I just can't see how any person in their right mind can look at this and think that it's worth even $1. I would pay $1 to not have to see this. Like, I would pay $5 to never have to play this. Like, if somebody said, All right, listen. You either play, you know, you're locked in a room, and you have to either give us $20 to leave, or you have to play this game for 8 hours. I would give them $20.
Extracting money from the people that supported his game. When accused of simply using store-bought assets, Geo denied it, claiming that he had coded a substantial portion of the game himself. But when a Linux version of the Steam build was unpacked, it revealed that there were only 4 lines of custom code in the entire game.
Okay, so it was a custom. It's custom code, right? Yeah, that's custom, right? For sure.
He had supposedly been working on for 2 years and had secured $500,000 in funding.
Well, it's like one line of code every 6 months.
To finish, had an impressive 4 lines of code in it. When the beta of the game was finally released to the content creators to play, it was 100% asset flipped, without any core functions existing in the game at all. You literally spawn in and fly around. That's it. There was no eating, drinking, or...
So it's like Dragonflight.
Any systems in the game. There wasn't even sound. It was nothing more than store-bought dragons placed with a store-bought terrain package into a pre-created example map.
Guys. This is where they got the idea.
Terrain package. But despite the fact that the game was so far from finished, to Geo's credit, the game did release in 2019 as promised.
Wow.
So, where is the game now? Almost 4 years later in 2023.
How's it doing?
Well, probably not where you would expect, actually. It's currently on Steam with recent reviews showing a very positive rating. While the all-time review is mostly positive, it's got hundreds of players online at any given moment and is receiving monthly updates to the game. Presently, you can do little more than choose one of the multiple dragons available in the game, fly around, and kill a few things. And after a $500,000 cash injection from the Kickstarter, plus the money made from the thousands of Steam sales at $20 each, and over 3 years of additional development time, it's still incredibly far from being a finished game. But
so furries are just keeping this game on life support? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
Players seem to be enjoying the game, thanks to the sheer beauty of Unreal Engine 5 and the gorgeous dragons they get to fly around as in this small and simple world. The fact that there doesn't seem to be much more to it than that doesn't seem to bother the customers. And if the customers are happy, that's all that really matters, right? Was this a game that was meant to be a scam, or was it just incredibly poorly handled in the early days? No one knows except for Geo. The game isn't finished, nor is it close to finished, but it's still being supported, and its players are, on average, quite happy.
I bet you could make a furry sex game and have it be complete garbage, and people would still play it.
So it looks like, for now at least, that Geo has been delivering on his promise of making a Dragon Simulator game that people could enjoy. As expected, progress is slow, as this is about as small an indie dev as you can get, but it would appear he is legitimately trying, which makes this story a nice change of pace from the rest on this list.
I mean,
I think the takeaway from this video should be that it's entirely too easy to make it look like you are creating something amazing in Unreal Engine, when in reality all you've done is purchased a few assets from talented individuals and slapped them into a map that you also bought from another talented individual. Most of these games showed a few moments of gameplay inside of a gorgeous engine using entirely purchased assets that would take an experienced developer mere hours to put together. They then leveraged that footage and greatly exaggerated their experience while promising the moon to successfully separate people from their money. The main difference between the MMOs on this list that ended in failure and the one that has a positive rating in Steam is that the ones that failed promised to solve technical problems AAA studios in the genre with hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal have not been able.
I want to just go back, just so you guys can listen to this one more time and contextualize it around, I think, one of the biggest ones that we're hearing about right now.
Leveraged that footage and greatly exaggerated their experience while promising the moon to successfully separate people from their money. The main difference between the MMOs on this list that ended in failure and the one that has a positive rating in Steam is that the ones that failed promised to solve technical problems AAA studios in the genre with hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal have not been able to solve.
That's the exact thing that people are complaining about with Doc saying that his game is going to solve cheating. It's the exact same thing.
Meanwhile, Day of Dragons merely promised to be a simple game that is little more than a dragon simulator. A promise that is actually realistic to deliver on. If you take anything away from this video, let it be that.
Ashes? Well, no. I mean, the difference I would say with Ashes is that they actually have a playtest of a siege. They have a playtest of a siege that exists on YouTube that you can look up right now. Like no, it's not copy. But it's there. You can look at, but you can look it up.
The MMO promises to deliver everything. If it promises to have every system you can imagine, and to have player numbers the developers can only dream of fitting into a single server, that MMO is either being driven by malicious intent or severe incompetence, neither of which you should be giving money to until it's a finished product that has proven its worth. And if you do give it your money, history has shown that you will be disappointed. So be careful with those Kickstarter campaigns, friends. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out the amazing content creators like Kira TV and Callum Upton, who have both done a lot to protect the MMO community from fraudulent Kickstarters by covering them in depth. Massive shout out to my YouTube members. If you want to be a YouTube member to help me make the best content I can, and for behind the scenes footage, emotes, and private Discord channels and more, click the join button down below. Please like and subscribe for the algorithm gods.
This is a great video.
And if you're into it, catch me live on Twitch over at twitch.tv/luckyghost. If you're not sure what to do next, check out one of the amazing videos popping up on screen right now.
IC chip, RP2040 there, and the adapters, as you can see in the video, they're pretty much the same. Now I know this one says version 3. People ask, do you have version 6? Honestly, they're all the same. This is the latest version. This is it has the latest firmware, which is compatible with OLED. This is for an OLED. And then this comes with the flex cable that connects right next to the CPU point, as well as the A point, the D point, C point, voltage, etc. and then this adapter here, the D0 adapter. So we're gonna get right to it. This is a customer decided they want to try to install this on their own, so I said, yeah, we'll make a video, and here it is. Okay, hopefully this helps a lot of people out there, including anybody that wants to take the installation upon themselves. It's not that hard, just be very careful when you do it. I am not responsible for anything that goes on, so be very careful. What I'm doing right now is prying this metal plate open so that we can easily remove this cable here, this shielding here. It is removed. What I like to do is remove a little bit of thermal paste. This is pretty dry, as you can see, so we'll need to apply some fresh thermal paste on here. In the comments, people have been asking also what type of tools I use. What you see on the video there is just a simple pick that I got at a local hobby store. And what I do is get a little one of these and just kind of sand it on the edge to make it pointy, to make it a little sharp so that I can scrape the point that I'm about to show you. Okay, at the same time I clean this. And next we're going to cut this piece of wire or metal here. Carefully not to disturb the CPU. I like to use my nails for this. And you can always use your tool. We're going to zoom in for this point that we're going to scrape. And carefully, again, this is sharp, so sharpen yours if it's not, so that you can easily scrape it out. You want to scrape this paint or whatever it is that's on there here on the masking of the board. Now that it's scraped, you add a little bit of flux. And this is the way I do it. I'm sure there's other ways, maybe even faster, maybe even better. This works for me, and so this is what I'm trying to show you guys. Okay, if you guys have any input, any ideas, you guys are always welcome to share. Put them on the posts and the messages there, in the comments. And at the same time, just like and subscribe if you like the video. Soldering iron that I use is a Sugon A19. I use other ones, but for this application, this works just fine. You want to tint that point, like you've seen on the video there, so I did that. We can always remove that flux and access this. Make sure that it's tinned and everything for you. We're going to turn this around and work on the back here, on the DAT0 adapter. Carefully remove this piece of metal here. I use my nails, but you can use whatever you want. Some people use it. Go ahead. How do you do it? It depends on how long you leave the. Set it to almost good. Whatever you guys want, but this works good. Just be careful. Careful, know exactly what you're doing, and then carefully, without the space, this is pretty.
Now I'm gonna just smush it.
Yeah, that's right. There is an egg on it though. Be careful.
But that's the part of smushing it, to get all the yolk. Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
I think the last few bits of ginger that I you want some I knew it would be. Pretty cool that you can make like 2 burgers out of the one. And it's still epic. Pretty much.
I know.
I planned it.
Yeah, this whole light thing is very deceiving.
Light thing?
Yeah, the fact that it doesn't set until late.
Yeah, just all of a sudden it changes though.
Well, not all of a sudden.
Pretty quickly.
You know, the daylight savings does it as well.
But it seems stupid, like, why do we get daylight savings when we get more light? Or is the clock gone the other way? I don't know. Maybe. So does that mean we would be getting light till even later? The clock shouldn't be. kitchen wall is too busy. I don't like the tiles you picked. It's a good burger. So if you want, we still have another card. I can make us a real bit. I was like planning on doing ginger there, but not thinking about that again. I think next time I just won't even add the sultani with grapes to it. What the fuck, your roller just like extends? That's crazy. Magic roller.
I like it.
Wait, stream still going. Well, I got quite into soldering, but I think I can do it. I think I'm ready now. Well, not ready, but ready. I do need to do some more things. Not sure I'm gonna be able to do it. I sent, I actually posted a video on my TikTok advertising your plushies. I sent you the video on WhatsApp. Fuck. So I'm glad I did test it because it actually doesn't have the files on it. It's not a big deal. It means I have to like put them on. And I'm glad I double checked it because at the first cable I tried, it looked like it just like it did the thing that means it worked, like it got the file. But then I thought, oh no wait, sometimes these cheap fucking USB-C cables only do power. And I was right. So then I plugged in a proper one. Popped up. Double test. Bad.
Hey guys, Taki here.
Well, okay then. I think it's done. Fucking weird shit, man. Oh, I'm like excited. I don't have my camera on for that, but basically I've loaded firmware. Hey. Stop finished. And we'll have shop done. Cora, what's up? I didn't even see a message, dude. Until now. Cora the Hunter. That's you. How you doing, bro? Oh, I'm like signing out. I'm also just reading. About Switch hacking. And Vicky's decorating a house. Hey, loves. Nice little game, brother. Okay. Jeez, big hammer. Don't knock the house down.
They run a lot of stuff, including native ports for things like Half-Life 1 and Morrowind. We'll run Steam natively on the Switch in just a moment, but we can also use Steam Link to stream Steam games to the Switch. As long as you have a good Wi-Fi signal, which I don't have in this example, this is a decent solution. Finally, we also have the ability to do video out over Type-C with a tool called Screen Copy. This is my preferred method for getting video out from the Switch Lite running Android. I'll point out that Android does have some bugs here and there, so don't go into this thinking that it is perfect, because it's not. In this section, we're going to talk all about Linux. By using Linux, we're able to showcase some of the most impressive things that a Switch Lite can do. If you saw some of the videos that I did last year on this router SBC that I got to run Steam and a bunch of other PC games, we're going to try to do all of that on the Switch. This router has a more powerful CPU than the Switch, but the Switch has a better GPU that has more performance and better software support. There are several Linux distros for the Switch Lite right now, but I'm only going to focus on Ubuntu Jammy and Fedora 39. There are pros and cons to each one, and I'll try to go over some of that in this video. That being said, if you want to see more information on any of these topics, the SwitchRoot website has a lot of information. I'll be honest with you, it's a bit overwhelming at times when you're first getting started, but the steps that you need to follow to be able to do most of what I'm going to do in this video are easy, and you'll only be required to read like one page or so from the website. I'll go over some of that process now. Right now we're in something called Hecate, which we haven't talked about yet. At this point, I've already copied over the files that came with the Switch to a larger SD card, and I have it ready to flash Linux. To do that, we need to go over to Tools, and then we need to go into Partition SD card. In here, we'll analyze the space, and it will show how my partitions are set. This green space is for HOS, and this blue space is where Linux will go. Since I've already done that, I just need to press Flash Linux, and the system will find the installation files that I've already added to the FAT32 partition on this SD card. Once the flashing process is done, we can delete the installation files, we can go back to home, and then we can go over to the More Configs menu. Now you'll see that we have an Ubuntu Jammy option. This is going to boot into Jammy without any CPU or GPU overclocks, as well as any increased RAM speeds or custom timings. This is just stock. It will be higher than HOS stock, but it is stock. If you want to customize things further, you'll need to consult the Switchroot website because there's a lot that you're able to do with these config files. You'll see that this screen doesn't work right now, and that's because I have a third-party screen installed that this stock system does not recognize. We need to do an update for this system so that the screen will work. To do that, we're going to switch over to my other Switch Lite to finish this process. Here we are in the Ubuntu image. This Switch Lite still has joysticks that need to be replaced, so I'll navigate through this with a USB mouse. The stock system doesn't have that much out of the box, but we can get everything that we need without too much trouble. You can get almost everything that you need with the L4T Megascript app after you do an app update. This script uses a GitHub URL that is blocked in the country that I live in, so it won't work on camera right now unless we do something. To get around this, I'm going to use this RK3588 router SBC that I also did a video on last year. This one has a VPN running on it, and it will tunnel any internet traffic through the onboard VPN. With that connected to the Switch, we can do everything that we need. I'm not going to go through everything that's inside this Megascript app, but I will say that this does a lot of stuff for you that would be annoying or time-consuming to do if you were a complete novice to Linux. For example, almost everything that we need uses Box64, and this script will install and configure everything you need without any fuss. They also have apps and emulators that we'll showcase in the next few sections. But this is my configured Jammy build that I will use for this video. I have Conky running on the right side of the screen with almost the same layout that I use on my RK3588 SBCs. I added a few more things to this just to make it a bit easier to see how the system is running at a glance. For this video, I will use the Perf OC All power mode. That will allow us to use the highest CPU and GPU clocks that we can use on the Switch Lite. Everything that I need for this video is already installed here, so I'm just going to go through a bunch of what I was able to get running on my Switch Lite. Starting out with some ports, we have a bunch of games that run very well on the Switch Lite. The first one is SM64, which has some strange default control mappings that we need to fix, but the game runs great at a locked 30 FPS in widescreen mode, and it looks great. I also tested Open Morrowind again. This uses a newer build than on Android, and I find that it just works a bit better. Minecraft Java Edition also runs on this. I believe there's another version that runs better than this one, but this is the same version that I used in my RK3588 video, so I wanted to do it again here for an apples-to-apples comparison. There's an ARM Linux port of Doom 3 that also runs very well on this. It doesn't run at a locked 60 FPS, but it is more than playable.
Pretty sweet time, Marine. Oh yeah, keep in mind.
Our final port is OSRS, which doesn't have a native Linux client. This game is playable, which shows that the Switch could support a console port, but I am a bit surprised that it is able to push the Switch this much. Now it's time to get Steam running on the Switch Lite. I talked about this a bit before, but Steam does not run that fast on ARM processors like this using Box64. Steam has a lot of web elements now that take a lot of resources to run under translation. If you have a lot of RAM, it's not that bad, but we don't have Linux. This game already has a Switch port. When it comes to that, most of the to use a more modern version of WoW, and I decided to go with Cataclysm. To run this game, we need to use a combination of Box64 and Wine, and without doing anything else, we're stuck running the game with Wine D3D. It runs, but it isn't run a window running where titles that should you'll see games like this. That would allow NVIDIA to see and debug, and it only happens at a very high lock. There are a lot of pathways you can take when it comes to emulation on the Switch, so I'll make sure to include some relevant information on the system that I'm using at the bottom of the screen. Let's kick things off with some retro systems with RA on Android 11. Due to the stuttering issue that I pointed out, these are the kinds of games that I would only emulate on Android or HOS. To emulate and don't want to use Android. Our next system is PS1, and we're using the DuckStation emulator. I have the rendering resolution set to 3x native, and I'm using widescreen house. There's a DuckStation port for Horizon OS that is also a good option for PS1 emulation if you don't want to use Android. few systems on a Switch. After testing all of that, I wasn't expecting that TFT would give us any trouble, but I ran into an issue where it ran very slow until I opened up the multitasking view and then went back into the emulator. This could be a clock speed issue, so it might be worth going through the work of getting this Android system rooted so you have full control over the CPU and GPU. Anyway, this system performs very well on the Switch. Now, emulator. I was not. This is Vita emulator. Then go back over to Android for our next system. This is Vita emulation with the Vita 3K emulator. I was not expecting anything to run well on this at all, so it's pretty cool to see that some Vita games are playable on the Switch Lite.
Make this my default tone of voice here. We should be pretty safe.
Here's a big system for the Switch that shouldn't even be as good as it is. This is PlayStation 2 with the Aether SX2 emulator running on Ubuntu. The Ubuntu build isn't as up to date as the Android build, but I went with it because I was able to get slightly better performance with the games that I wanted to test. As you can imagine, we need to use underclock settings in this emulator to get bigger games to run. Given that we only have a weak 4-core CPU, I'm kind of shocked that we were able to get bigger games like God of War 1 and God of War 2 to be at a playable state. For tested Xbox emulation on ARM. Before today, I had never tested Xbox emulation on ARM, but there's an ARM Linux build for XMU, and the GPU on the Switch Lite has the required OpenGL version to run it. Even for games with perfect compatibility, it isn't great, but who would have thought that the Switch Lite would be able to emulate anything at all, let alone Jet Set Radio Future in slow mode. That emulates the games that the console can run natively, let alone one that can emulate games that... I need to preface this last system by saying that this is absolutely pointless to do, given that you need a modded system to even be able to attempt this. If you saw a community post that I did not that long ago, I showed that the Switch is capable of emulating Switch games. I don't think I've ever seen a console that could run an emulator that emulates the games that the console can run natively, let alone one that can emulate games at full speed or near full speed. This is ridiculous. For those of you who understand how emulation works, you know how crazy this is. The reason why these games are running as well as they are is due to a few things. The first is that we're running at double the clock frequencies of a stock Nintendo Switch. The second thing is that we're utilizing a recent addition to the Yuzu emulator that can natively execute Nintendo Switch ARM code on an ARM processor. Well, we have an ARM processor since this is a Nintendo Switch, so we don't need to spend resources emulating that. I tested an earlier build of this emulator that did not have this NCE update, and we can emulate the CPU, but only for simple games. We do have to emulate the GPU, but as we've already seen, the GPU in the Nintendo Switch goes hard if you overclock it and you increase the memory bandwidth. In practice, this means that we're going to be running GPU code through a Vulkan backend. Even if this emulator was perfect with no inefficiencies or any compatibility issues, this is still a big accomplishment. Even with the NCE update, bigger Switch games are too demanding for the Switch to emulate with any Switch emulator. I realize how ridiculous that sounds as I'm saying it. Anyway, this is a cool tech demo more than anything else. We touched on a lot in this video, but there's one major update that will hopefully arrive for the Switch Lite later this year, and it is the OLED screen replacement that I teased not that long ago. I did a community post about this along with some extended comparisons over on Twitter, but I never talked about it in a video, so here it is. What you see in these clips is a prototype of an OLED screen replacement for the Switch Lite that many people are hyped about, including myself. It's still a bit early in the production of this, but the screen should go for a ballpark of $25 to $50 depending on how many people are interested in it, and it should be widely available. Beyond gaining a superior OLED screen, the mod kit has the potential to give us native 720p HDMI out for the Switch Lite. As we already saw in this video, we have tools to do that over the USB port in HOS and in Android, but this would give you the best picture quality possible out of a Switch Lite, and the best part about all of it is you wouldn't need a mod chip to use it. That is a game changer for a handheld that is already this good. I'll keep you guys posted with more info as I get it. As for this massive video on the Switch Lite in 2024,
pretty cool indeed. Alright, I'm gonna close down the stream. Thanks for everyone who came and said hi. Hope you all have a good night.